not call it body in that sense, but it boils down to support. And we all need to be supported wherever we are, especially when there is a change. So supportive is a key word. Leadership, positive learning experience, empowered, growth, self-confidence. I remember when some of us started our Toastmasters journey, we were not as confident, but we've definitely grown from what we used to be. And it's a journey. So let's go ahead. Moving on. Okay. To our values. Remember, we're talking about the foundation. We said the foundation is made of our values and our mission. Looking at the values, we see 4 powerful words: integrity, respect, and excellence. And some of you know that I like to play with acronyms a whole lot because they just help me remember things. And so I rearrange this just so I can remember what I call RISE. And so with our values, we rise together. It's fine, you can call it, you can go ahead with it this way, but if you remember RISE, respect, integrity, service, and excellence, it also tells you that, hey, on this journey, we are rising together. So while you're growing as an individual, you're carrying others along, helping each other out. And that's what reminds us of supportive. Let's go to our brand, Toastmasters brand. It's a powerful brand. Anywhere you go, you can always find Toastmasters. My son is schooling outside here, a Toastmasters club that is suitable. And then we checked online and we saw several clubs. And I said to him, you know what, you can actually visit a couple of the clubs and see, as we say these days, see which club vibes with you. And thankfully, he's been able to do that. So we have a powerful brand across the globe. And this is our brand positioning. We were not necessarily born leaders, but we are made leaders in Toastmasters. Being a part of Toastmasters, more so being a leader serving in Toastmasters, makes you an even better leader anywhere you find yourself. And so we will not run through all this, but I would like us to, for a moment, just unmute, and we would say together the very last line here. We would say together, I am a leader and I was made. So for a moment, please unmute your microphones, and at the count of 3, we will say the very last line in red together. Can we do that at the count of 3? All right? Okay. So 1, 2, and 3. I am
a leader, and I was made.
Let's do that again. I'm
a leader, and I was made.
I was made.
I'm a leader, and I was made.
I was made. And I was made. So those days when you feel kind of low and, in Nigerian parlance, you would say things like, who sent me? Just remember, I am a leader and I was made. Remember, you are being made. It is present continuous. It's a journey. So no one ever gets to a point where they say they're totally made. I remember one of those early days in Toastmasters, a veteran was to give a speech, and I was told to evaluate him. And I was like, oh my goodness, what do I even know? How am I supposed to evaluate someone who's been doing this for so long? And the guidance I got at the time was, don't worry, we have principles around evaluation. You would not be ad hocing this because you will be guided by the principles. And then remember that this veteran, as you see him, still has room for improvement. Everybody does. And so with that, I used the principles of evaluation, and I was able to do a decent evaluation. And it just taught me that, you know what, it's really not about the length of time you spend in Toastmasters. If you go with the guide and, of course, learn through the process, you will be able to carry out your function effectively. And no matter how high you go in the leadership spectrum, there is always room for improvement. So we are all being made, even as we are leaders. What is our brand personality? We are leaders. Everyone on this call is a leader. We are dedicated. we are helpful, and we are empowering. Do you see two words here that remind you of our mission in some way? Does anyone notice two words out of our brand personality that kind of featured in our mission when we talked about it earlier? Anybody spotting a pattern? Helpful. Okay, let's get some more. Good. Helpful. Yeah, that's like supportive. Empowering. Yes, I picked that as well. Good. Empowering. Good, good, good. Nice. Okay. And if you look at the word empowering, means you are giving power to leadership. Thank you. That was the last one I was waiting for. Empowering means you are giving power to. So think about it. We just said together, I am a leader and I was made. In being made a leader, you are given power. You are being empowered. You are supported through that. All right. So we have a brand to keep. That is why anywhere you show up, whether at work, play, wherever, office, association, school, remember your brand and show up in a way that tallies with our brand. Moments of truth. Who remembers the building we looked at earlier that had 4 pillars? Where did the moments of truth feature? Was it the foundation? Was it a pillar? Or was it the roof? Who remembers? Anybody? I'm sure you looked at that building with me. Great. Thank you so much. I see a lot of people paying attention. Thank you. It was the roof. It was the roof. And we know what it's like when a house has no roof. We know what happens. So there are basically 6 components of our moments of truth. And when people visit a club, when guests show up in a club, what they sense on that day tells a lot and can really determine whether they come back or not, or whether they go out there, spread the gospel and bring more people, or never show up again. First impressions. Just like when you meet people, how they come across would let you know whether you really want to continue the conversation or not. So our first impressions in a club would really go a long way in letting a new member or a guest create, more or less make a decision. That is the key part or the key point of moments of truth. How do they feel? How are they received? Membership orientation. When they come in, new members come in, do we just let them run on their own, unaided, unsupported, no guidance? Or do we handhold them? Do we orientate them? Do we enable them to understand the basics of what the club is about, what our values, our mission, and what we exist for, really? Do we let them know that? Do they have a good landing or onboarding, if you like? Membership orientation. Fellowship, variety, communication. When they come, how do they see us bonding as a club? Do they feel the warmth or do they feel tension in the air? Meeting upon meeting, does it come across as monotonous? The experience, is it monotonous to them? Or do they like the variety? Are we creative? Do we toss in new and innovative ideas now and then at various meetings so that they look forward to the next one? That's important. How do we plan our programs and our meetings? How do we organize them? I think one thing we do quite well in Toastmasters is having a structure around virtually everything that we do. But there are certain meetings, certain clubs you attend that you would really be amazed at how organized that meeting was. We all know that if you've played the role of a TMOD or any role player, you would understand that your work actually begins before the meeting. Pre-meeting, a lot of engagements, a lot of fine-tuning and so on. And then the meeting turns out really nice, which it did. When the meeting turns out really nice, it's just the tip of the iceberg because a whole lot must have happened underneath. And then you want to look at membership strength. As people come, you don't want them to just visit and go. You want people to be attracted, retained, and then grow with you. So we're looking at growing both in strength, quantity-wise, and then, of course, quality-wise. And finally, achievement recognition. When people scale the hurdle of various levels, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they should be recognized. We don't have to wait till they finish that pathway. Every recognition adds some impetus to the individual and encourages them to move to the next level. As we know, a lot of us are juggling different aspects of our lives, so every recognition helps. I'll pause here and ask us, when you first attended a Toastmasters meeting, if you can cast your mind back, for some it may be a long time, but I'm sure a lot of times we can remember that first day. When you attended the first meeting, what made you decide to stay? What made you decide to join Toastmasters? I'd like to see your comments. What made you decide to join Toastmasters and remain? Let's get your responses. If you would like to speak, you could raise your hand and I'll recognize you, then we hear your voice. Aha, Toastmaster Timi says, safe place to try. I like that, safe place to try. It reminds me of a term called psychological safety, where it's okay to make mistakes because you know that, hey, it's safe and no one will crucify you for making a mistake because everybody is actually learning and trying to grow. Thank you. Toastmaster Chika, it's organized. You like the organization. So that's one of our moments of truth. Thank you. Who else? Why did you join and why have you stayed? There must be a reason. Toastmaster Victory just said, I wanted to. That's an interesting comment, but thank you. I guess there was a hunch and there was just that conviction in there. Aha. Didi says, I joined to be a better communicator. I stayed because I'm getting much more than communication. Wow, that is so good. So you're getting extra. Right, thank you. I stayed on Toastmaster Olubukola to be a better public speaker. Thank you. I guess you're staying on because you're seeing that you're reaping the dividends. Space for learning, great. Need to find my new job role as director. Okay, I needed more enlightenment. Okay, great. So it was tied to your work. Toastmaster Elizabeth says, I stayed because I found a safe space. Fantastic. I like the way the word safe has popped up through different responses. It tells me that, you know what, we're not doing badly. We have actually communicated that safety, consciously or unconsciously. Okay, Toastmaster Olem said, it felt good learning new things every single time. And this is why I stayed. Thank you. Toastmaster Olem, I suspect that the variety also had something to do with it. Because you've said learning something new every time meant each meeting was different and enough to sort of stimulate your interest, okay? So take the final comment here. It says, good, absolutely. It says, to sharpen my communication skills, okay, I stayed because it boosted great confidence, aha. So you see how all of this ties into the building of a quality club. All right, thank you so much for your responses, and we will move forward. Now, the Distinguished Club Program. There are 4 arms of a distinguished club: education, membership, training, and administration. So where are my acronym people here? I'm sure they're looking at these 4 words. They're already thinking, what can we coin here? There's one that just jumps at you. Where are my acronym queens and kings on the call? What have you coined with these 4 arms? Anybody? Aha, I see I'm not alone. Great. Team Meta. Oh my goodness, amazing. Oh, Tame, I didn't even think of Tame, honestly. Wow, nice one. Tame, Team, Meet, Meta. I think that's about it. Linus, you're taking us elsewhere now. Emta, okay. All right, thank you so much. So you can pick the one that helps you remember better, okay? So education, definitely we have our education goals and we need to pursue those. I already can see that across the patch, clubs are already hitting their goals. Membership goals as well. The VPPM, when we get to that point, the VPPM does quite a lot of, if you like, evangelism to get that sorted. Training, like we're doing here as well. So all the clubs that show up today should get points for that. Then, of course, administration. So whether you have chosen Team, Meet, Meta, or like Toastmaster Linus, you decided to go with MTA, that's fine. All right, so we've got, so what we're using right now is the second stream, that's Toastmasters Pathway Learning Experience. So these are details that, you know, in your various clubs you can break down, but this is exactly how the education goals are broken down. Certain numbers are required for different levels to sort of clock that point in. All right, so the remaining DCP goals, remember we've taken the E out, that's education, the membership, training, and administration. You get 4 new members, 4 more. Of course, the 2 trainings get you your point and on-time payment of membership dues. Treasurers would also have to do a lot of work chasing people. I remember a few years ago, not too far away, when the whole economic issues, the whole exchange rate and so on, it was quite an issue getting people to pay. I'm not saying it's easy right now, but I think over time we've learned creative ways to get people to pay in good time. All right, so yep. So we come to teamwork. There's something called the Gestalt approach to teamwork, where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. For this to happen, for us to have effective and efficient teamwork, you need to know your role. I've been in a couple of meetings and workshops, and there's a simple question that is often asked where people struggle. Now, that question is so simple, but people struggle with it. We all do. And that question is, who are you? Who are you? You would expect that if I throw this question open now, we should have an answer, but it's a question that is deep and the response is usually profound. So you must start with the knowledge and the awareness of yourself. In this instance, I'm referring to your role in Toastmasters. You need to have an understanding of your role, then you can actually discharge your duties effectively and, of course, support others. So we start out with know your role, know the roles of your teammates, and communicate your areas of strength. If we can all play to our strengths, we would see how synergy also plays out. And then that building, remember the building with the 4 pillars, we would have a stronger building because we would all be functioning as we ought to. Now, once you know your areas of strength and you play to your strength, you then take a proactive approach. You don't need to wait to be nudged or be told what to do. You already know your rules. You just play to it. And of course, look out for each other. I think that's one key part of what we do as club officers. We don't just do our bit because we think in systems, we need to look out for each other as well so that there isn't a negative domino effect. All right, so be willing to cover for each other. And as we often say in Toastmasters, a Toastmaster wears many hats. So sometimes for unforeseen reasons, things happen, life happens. Someone may just not be able to show up for something. Feel free to step in and cover for them. So let's take a good look at our executive committee. The president, the 3 VPs, education, membership, public relations, the secretary, treasurer, and the sergeant at arms. So we will take each of this and just do a bit of dissection. I would like to, at this point, just mention that every single thing cannot be covered in this training, but there is always opportunity to go back in your clubs and deep dive, have deep dives in your clubs. Okay, and remember, support is always available, whether within the club, within the area, the division, and the district. So, the president, Madam President or Mr. President, sets the tone for the club. That's like the pulse. So I'm a medical doctor, and we always talk about the pulse. When you want to feel the pulse of something or someone or of a group of people or even an inanimate object, we use the term feel the pulse. Of course, it's metaphorical. So the president pretty much sets the tone of that pulse of the club. The president provides supportive, helpful leadership. You see those words showing up again. So as a president, you've got to be patient because helping and supporting people doesn't always come easy. You may be struggling with your own life issues, but hey, you're Mr. President or Mrs. President. So when someone comes calling, you need to just pause and help out, or at least point them to the right direction. The president facilitates communication. You may not always have all the answers. Actually, nobody has all the answers, but you serve as a facilitator. As the president, you know your membership levels and progress, so you need to keep your eyes on the dashboard as the president. You need to ensure that no ball drops, be in close contact with your team, and see how each person is faring and how you may support them where needed. Then, of course, you serve as the base camp manager. What else do you do as the president? You ensure executive officers are functioning well, and the club focuses on DCP. We all know the tenure of Toastmasters year, and it's almost like sometimes it's like a race against the clock. The moment you're sworn in, you need to hit the ground running. 1 year is not a lot of time to get those goals in. Finally, you need to guide the executive committee and club towards goals. I'll pause here and ask any president on the call willing to share one thing that they do that I haven't mentioned here today. As a president, what is something else that you do as part of your role that hasn't been mentioned? Please indicate so you can be recognized and called upon, or you can post it in the chat. Where are the presidents? Okay. Are there any hands on? Toastmaster John, please help me have a look. Is there any hand up? I'm not sure I can see any hand.
Not at the moment. Not
okay,
at the
not
moment.
at the moment. Okay, that's fine. Now. Okay. Okay. Toastmaster Olen. Okay, I see your hand. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Toastmaster. I think for me, it's also taking time to understand everybody's role and taking time to sit with them to ensure that they understand their roles. When you do, I did that at the beginning of my tenure, and I felt it was not surprising, but you would then assume that because people read it, they understood it. But having the conversations made it more enriching, and so people could ask questions to gain clarity and therefore deliver their tasks as is expected. So I just wanted to share that as well. Thanks.
Great. Great. Thank you. I think that is so important. And it reminds me of the famous quote by George Bernard Shaw, where he said, the greatest problem with communication is the illusion that it has happened. So also, even though we've got the nicely packaged club officers role document, number one, what guarantees that people will read it? Two, when they read it, who says they've understood it? So thank you, Toastmaster Olen, for taking that extra step, which is critical, really, for every new exco. Have a conversation with each exco member and hear from them, see what their interpretation of the role is, and of course, shed light where necessary. A similar thing happens with actors and actresses when they're giving their scripts. You'd find that different people can interpret things differently. So thank you for that. Okay, so we would move to the next. Okay, yeah, let's just talk about the skills as a president. I know they're much more than this. Experience in leadership. Being a president is a real test of your leadership. And you may come in a certain person, but I trust you would leave a different person. Often better, for sure, better, because you would have been passed through what I call the refiner's fire. If you were not very patient when you started, you would surely increase your patience quotient if there's such a thing. All right, you would grow in leading teams. You would learn how meetings should flow. And of course, you would be better at motivating and coaching others. Let us go to the VPE, very critical role, very critical role. The VPE also chases everyone to ensure that those education goals actually get clocked in. Sometimes you have to cajole members, beg them, like Toastmaster John said, well, you probably won't go as far as sending them meals to their homes, but you do quite a lot getting them to chase their goals, as it were. And then once you found members that have willingly decided to give their speeches, you then schedule them as the VPE, and you serve as the base camp manager as well. You also serve as a resource for questions and so on. So you must know your onion as the VPE. You must understand your role, know what is expected of you, and be able to field questions as they come along. So you are a huge resource. What skills do you then gain as a VP that you can transfer to other spheres of your life? Motivation, skill, the skill of motivation. I think every leadership role actually garners that skill along the way. You would also learn goal setting and what I call goal scoring. You don't just set the goal, but you score the goal as well. As a VPE, you can't afford not to be organized. Honestly, organization is key. All right, so we move on swiftly to our VPM, Vice President Membership. That was the role I mentioned earlier that does quite a lot of evangelism. Permit me to use that term, but just trying to get members in, trying to attract them, trying to retain them, and so on. So the VPM promotes the club and manages the process of bringing in guests and transforming them into members. You see that word transformation is not so easy, right? For those people that did chemistry back in school, you would notice that when two elements combine, a whole lot goes on before they become a compound. Now that's what happens in transformation. The VPM also initiates contact with them. You just keep in touch with them, check in and all of that. Just make sure they're not lost to follow up, as we say. Very importantly, VPM cannot stand alone. You must work with the VP PR and the treasurer. So what skills can you then transfer to other spheres of your life? Or you can also bring those skills in. That would be sales skills. Because when guests come, you're almost like a salesman. You have to be persuasive. You need to let them see why they should stay. Why should they be retained? Why can't they just keep hopping, popping now and then and not be seen for a while? You need to convince them. Okay. Your communication skills surely will improve by the time you go through a lot of persuasion and convincing. No doubt you would have honed your communication skills. You will become bolder and more confident because even if you were shy to begin with, having to meet people to talk to them and so on will help boost your confidence. Now, the VPPR, that's the Public Relations VP, is out there, putting the face of your club out there, almost like what we call the town announcer in public health, going around announcing, hey, we've got this coming up, this event is happening, and so on. So you see them quite active on the various WhatsApp platform and social media platforms as well, putting out posters, writing very nice, catchy words and so on, just to bring people in. So you do a lot of publishing, informing, and so on. Newsletter, some do, not every club does, but it is a good add-on where possible. Transferable skills for VPPR, marketing experience definitely helps because you will learn how to market. You may have come in with some of that, but you would even polish it some more. You would learn how to sell a product, the product here being Toastmasters. And how can you sell a product when you haven't used the product? In the past, I remember sometimes when someone brings an item, very salesy and all, trying to get me to buy, one question I would always ask is, have you used it and how is it? So if you really can't tell me you've used it and this is what it did for you, then I'm asking myself, why should I buy it from you? So as a VPPR, you need to portray that brand of Toastmasters that will make people say, you know what, yeah, if you've been in Toastmasters and you're sounding like this, then obviously there's something to be gotten out of Toastmasters. All right, so your confidence level would increase and you become even more proficient in using social media. The secretary, keeping all the records, taking minutes, record keeping is key. And of course, ensuring that the attendance is well captured so that nobody sneaks in and sneaks out unnoticed. As the secretary, you maintain a list of club officers, and then of course you serve as the base manager. There are skills to be gotten from playing that role. As with every leadership role, your communication skills will improve. You become more proficient in record keeping. So if you are not terribly organized before this role, you will improve your organization as well. The treasurer, that is the club accountants. That's where the money pool sits. So keeping records, ensuring that the books are clean, squeaky, spick and span, and every single dime is accounted for. Of course, they work with the rest of the exco. The treasurer ensures that dues are paid on time and are remitted appropriately to the headquarters. As a treasurer, certain transferable skills would be things like budgeting, keeping records, disbursing funds, being more familiar with money flow, inflow and outflow, and of course, remittance. The SAA, Sergeant at Arms. We've all attended various Toastmasters meetings. So one of the first voices you would often hear is the SAA. Actually, most times that's the first voice you would hear. The person shows up early, sets up the location if it's physical, and then of course, kicks off the meeting and ensures that things are moving really good. So that person has a key role. Being the first voice that is heard, needs to create a good first impression. Remember our moments of truth. That's the first thing. So SAA, you have a key role to play in the moments of truth because you are setting the tone for the meeting. I'll just pop into the chat box quickly. All right. Good. So let me just take some of the comments there. Yes. Didi says, I absolutely agree with you. I was SAA Secretary, VP. Wow, you've almost done it all. And your major transformation occurred in your first months as president. Wow, thank you for sharing. What do you do as VPE to win members' commitments to attend meetings effectively? That's valid. Okay, we will come to that. So we're almost done. So transferable skills for SAA. Toastmaster John, I see your hand is up. Do you want to say something?
No, I just wanted you to see the signing card.
Okay, good. I saw it. Thank you so much. I saw it. All right. So you, as SAA, you would have learned the ability to hold an effective meeting. And what is an effective meeting? A meeting that meets its objectives. Every gathering has objectives, right? So SAA, you learn that. You learn to prepare and organize as well. All right, so executive committee duties, I believe we've touched on this across board, but one very important thing I need you to see here is that there will be, the EXCO would develop a club success plan, which is quite detailed. They would strategize for the success. Remember that you have goals as a club. You want to ensure that the goals are smart. You want to ensure they've been set, bearing in mind resources, who does what, by when, and so on. You want to set goals that you can truly deliver within your 1-year tenure. And of course, with a bit of stretch to allow for growth as well. So this brings us to the end of this session. However, we still have some minutes to take questions and to also take some comments as well. So I would like to go back to the question somebody posted here. What do you do, Toastmaster Abimbola, she said, what do you do as VPE to win members' commitments to attend meetings effectively? How many VPs do we have here? So what's catching my attention right now is VPE Regal, Joy Tom, Toastmaster Joy Tom. Would you like to share, or any other VPE? I'd like a VPE to respond to this one. What do you do as VPE to win members' commitment to attend meetings? I believe that's effectively. Can we hear from from those that have their hands to the plow as VPEs? You can raise your hands or you can drop it in the chat. Okay. VP is on the call. Toastmaster Linus, I recall I saw you earlier. Do you want to share your experience? Because it's also about experience sharing here. How can we help Toastmaster Abimbola?
Hey, please confirm you can hear me. Good morning, everyone.
I can hear you. Good morning.
So I would say I was fortunate enough to have good members in the executive. However, one strategy that we tried also was to check in with members that we haven't seen in a while or we've not heard from, try to bring them to play a role. And then also in our WhatsApp group as a club, we do some regular posts. We celebrate people on their special days or special recognition of awards in their workplace if we know about it. So that way everybody is a bit engaged and then we have more members attending.
All right, thank you very much. Toastmaster Abimbola, I hope that was helpful. Do we have any more VPs willing to pitch in, share your experience? What have you done that has worked so far? Is it just one VP we have on the call though? I doubt.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Toastmaster Monica. Yeah.
So I'm going to share what I have used that hasn't worked. And I hope that we're able to, I would say it hasn't worked, or in fact, let me just go straight into it and then we'll decide if it worked or if it hasn't. Now, something the previous speaker said is having a very supportive executive body, because we realized that the only way to actually reach your members is to send them messages, checking on them, or, get a little involved. Always do that. But by the time it's coming from only the VPE, which is, first of all, that's like the major way to get them, stay committed. Now, by the time it's just the role of the VPE, it might not be as effective as having other club executive members reaching out to the club members. For example, one person is sending a message to, or your VPE is sending a message to everybody. It might be overlooked. But by the time the VP is sending a message to check in, the president is sending a message to you, the secretary is sending a message to you, I'm sure you might not want to ignore all of them. So that way it's coming. So again, like the previous speaker said, bringing activities for executive members, realizing that the WhatsApp group is not only for the VPE, it's for everybody. You see something, you say something. You see something as an other executive, you watch a video that is interesting, bring it to the club and let's get engaged. You see someone celebrating their birthday, anniversary. So this is like the major thing that can help you gain the interest and commitment of the club members. And if we are able to do it, I think the role of the VPE would be so easy. Otherwise, it will be traumatizing. Well done. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Toastmaster Monica. I'm sure you don't know what you've done. You've just touched a very critical point that I'm sure every VP or even past VPs can identify with. The role of the VPE, honestly, it's not easy at all. Because sometimes you try to do all these things and people will give you an attitude and you're like, what's going on here? I'm doing all this for your good, right? But something you said is important here. You said, get everyone involved, get all EXCO members involved so that it's not traumatizing or overwhelming or really burdensome for the VPE. And Toastmaster Linus said, regular check-ins. I totally agree. Regular posts to recognize people's achievements and so on. Because let's be honest, every one of us here, we like to feel valued, we like to feel seen, and we like to feel heard. If the only time a club exco reaches out to you is when it's time for dues, you wonder, you're like, okay, is that all I'm here for, just to pay my dues? Does anyone even care? So everybody responds to care, and we all have different definitions of care. But I agree, if we do regular check-ins, and if these check-ins coming from others, not just the VPE, that would help. And also the platforms, more engagement. Let's get more people to engage so that it's not only maybe 3 people, one person posts, the other would put a smiley, the other would say something, and then that's just how it runs. So, but getting more people to engage will be excellent. I see a comment from Toastmaster Olem, yes. So I'll just read it. She says, if I may, as a VP, creating a roster and engaging one-on-one to have an alignment on availability. Yes, a roster helps because it gives structure. Agenda for meetings should make meetings more exciting. Yes, and that's part of our moments of truth when we talked about fellowship, variety, and communication. People like to associate with excitement and excellence. Now, that is tweetable. I totally agree with you. If I know that the next meeting, there will be something extra, some creative thing, I will be looking forward to it. And I've noticed that a lot of meetings hold during the week after work. And so people come in a bit tired, a bit exhausted from a long day. But if your meeting is infused with creativity, that really, really, really energizes people after a long day. So that's something to think about. All right, Toastmaster Monica says, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Absolutely. Now, this quote, I remember this quote. Toastmaster Monica, who's this quote credited to? Do you remember? It's not Maya Angelou, but anyway, it's a very popular quote. I agree. Nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. So I think the message for us all here is show care some more to our members, and let it not be only the work of the VPE. Let's do this together and we'll get more out of it. All right, thank you. So more comments, please, or any more questions? So that those were responses. Toastmaster Abimbola, I hope those responses helped you in some way. All right. Okay. Do we have more comments, contributions? I may have missed out a thing or two. So if there's something you would want to add, that would be great, because I know we have a lot of experienced hands on this call. What else can we do to make our clubs quality clubs that will thrive, not just survive? Okay, Toastmaster John has just posted the attendance link. Remember to fill it. All right, that's right. President Theodore Roosevelt. Okay, John Maxwell. All right, we'll confirm that after now. Thank you, Toastmaster Molly. So it's been confirmed. Theodore Roosevelt. Great, great, great. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I think why my mind was going to Maya Angelou. There's also one popular one. I think it has to do with people may forget what you say or what you do, but they will not forget how you make them feel. So it will make our guests and our members feel cared for and supported. Yes, they will want to come and keep coming. All right. Thank you, everyone. Do we have any more comments? Or is this where I bow out? All right. Okay, there's a question from Toastmaster Kumi. Warm greetings. What does a past president need to do to add value while not being too presidential? Toastmaster Kumi, if you don't mind, please unmute. I want to just hear you say this. I mean, hear you ask it to help. Do you mind verbalizing this question, please? It's an interesting question. Okay, so a lot of people are posting laughing emojis with tears dripping from the sides of the eyes. Very hilarious. Toastmaster John, do you understand the question? This presidential? How will the president not be so presidential?
I think I do. I believe sometimes, since the past president was once a president and they probably had a persona they took upon when they played the role of president. Now, when they take the position of past president or immediate past president, how can they assist without acting or being in that persona of being the president?
I get you.
I think that's what he's saying. He can confirm if I was accurate or not.
Yeah. Toastmaster Kumi, is that correct?
Yes, very much so. Yes, yes, very much so.
Great. I think it's a valid question, actually. How do you step into the IPP role without still wearing the toga of president, sitting president. And I find that this sort of thing sometimes also has to do with the personality of the individual. Personality might be one. Secondly, in the initial, when you hand over, there's still a bit of that aura. It kind of takes some getting used to the IPP role. And even for the new president, it takes a while to be to get used to Madam President or Mr. President. Permit me to use this illustration. When females, when we get married, typically we will change our surnames and start bearing our husband's surnames. I got married maybe 23 years ago. I've been married for like 23 years. But anyway, it took a while for me to get used to. So I was feeling, those early days, you'll be filling out forms and reflexly, you just write your maiden name, your father's surname. And you're like, oh my goodness, what just happened? And then you're like, sorry, I have to refill this form. It took a while, honestly, but eventually I got used to it. So what I would say, once you get into the role of IPP, just consciously step back. And as much as possible, don't be too quick to want to say, voice your opinions about, Mr. President, you need to do this or whatever. Just consciously step back a bit. What that does is makes the sitting president a bit more comfortable in their role. Give them time to ease into their role and let them know that, hey, I'm nearby. If you need me for anything, anything at all, questions, support, whatever, please reach out. But just consciously step back a bit. That's what I would say, but somebody else may have a better view. All right. Let's hear from Adidi. Adidi is on the call. What do you think? You've been a past president. How did you manage the presidential aura after you handed over? Didi, are you there? Or anyone else? Let me not put you on the spot. Any other IPP? I see one or two, but I don't want to call names. I want them to just step forward and answer. Shall I call names? Toastmaster Ekuchi, you knew I was coming, right? You knew I was coming. Your heart was telling you she would call me. Toastmaster Ekuchi, would you like to share? Or anyone else, really? Otherwise, I mean, that would be my take on that question. Toastmaster Kumi, does that help?
I believe it does. And the information really is not just for me, it's also for my club members who also people have varied expectations, and some want you to do more, some are happy you are doing less, so that's to strike that balance really is my concern. I find myself having to some key Toastmaster experts will request me to do more, and then you want people to grow. You want people to grow. You want to give them space to be able to grow. You just try to not to choke that space.
Yeah, correct. Correct. I totally agree with you. So I would, like I said, I would step back, or I would recommend the IPP step back. Now, stepping back doesn't mean you won't show up for anything. Stepping back just means allowing the new person to truly step forward. So imagine there's a throne. I'm just using this illustration. There's a throne that one person can sit on. Allow the new person sit on that throne, embody the throne, get used to being a president. It takes a while, to be honest. Even when you change jobs, it takes a while to get used to the nomenclature and whatever it is in that new job. But if the previous person doesn't give you breathing space, you may feel choked. Let me use the word Toastmaster Kumi used. You may feel as though you're being throttled, and you may not even be able to take certain decisions because you're like, I need wiggle room. I need some space around here. But as you step back, even as IPP, do not be far away. let the person know that, hey, I'm here. And then show up for meetings, show up for things, right? And say, hey, we're going to go through this journey together, but I'm right here if you need me for anything. So your presence would help. And then, of course, your support. All right. So DTM Abubakar, I see your hand up. Please, let's hear from you. Yeah. DTM Abubakar, your hand is up, please. The floor is yours. Please go ahead. Okay. Perhaps there's a glitch. All right. If you're able to type, I would appreciate your response as well. Okay. Okay. With that, okay, I see something. I see the attendance link. Toastmaster Ibinabo. Toastmaster Ibinabo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I share my experience as well?
Please, go ahead,
if
please.
that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So when I was IPP, at first I noticed the meetings, everyone would defer to me for the just arrangements, the role of speaking, the agenda. So it was a gradual withdrawal. At first, I decided to show up online instead of attending physically. And then there's also something we do. I usually take my laptop into the physical meeting and record our sessions because my club's meetings are hybrid. So I would not show up physically, but I would record it and attend virtually, or I would show up physically and not come with my laptop. And probably I would let them know ahead of time though that I was not coming in with my laptop because they took it for granted that I was going to do that. So gradually I just withdrew gradually, but the president would still defer to me before a meeting, and then he got used to making decisions on his own. It also didn't help that I was also the area director. So I think they were a bit confused on my position then. But yeah, it's a gradual withdrawal, and he knew, and we work in the same organization, so he knew that he could always come to me for help whenever he got stuck. Yeah. So I think it's just to show up at the meetings and try to make yourself be a regular participant rather than even a club officer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Being present really helps. And like you said, initially a person struggled with decision making, but with time he became bolder, more confident, and so on. And I agree that he knew he could come to you, but I feel it's also important to just state it that, hey, feel free to come to, because some people may say, maybe she wants to just rest, I don't want to bother her. But I think it's important to say, hey, look, I'm here. If there's anything, feel free to come. And then, of course, if you notice anything behind the scenes, you can always give feedback. Thank you so much for all the contributions. My time is up. I see the red card, and I'll hand the lectern back to Toastmaster John. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Masters and executive, please can we appreciate Toastmaster Folusho? That was phenomenal. Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else heard that she's been married for 23 years. I think she should not take us on what she just took us on. Tell us how to get from that fountain of youth that you're using. We'll pay good money. This one was free. We're just using our data. We'll pay good money for that one. Please share with us. I'm just married for over 12 years now. I want to get to the 23 and beyond and be looking younger when it's 23 and beyond. Fellow Toastmasters or executives, some people were saying they were having issues filling the attendance form. I put another link. Hopefully that's better for those having issues. And now I'm going to drop a feedback form for our facilitator, the session we just had. Please let us go ahead and fill this while it's still fresh in our minds. I just dropped the link for the feedback form. Take the time to give feedback to our lovely facilitator, Toastmaster Folusho. We're going to give her back whatever feedback you give to her, and it goes to us as well in the division to improve the quality of trainings that we're going to give to you. At this point, we're going to have a 5-minute comfort break. By the time we come back, we'll proceed to the next training after hopefully hearing from the DD. We hope that his device will be functional then, and we can hear from him, since we're not able to hear from him earlier on. So 5 minutes we put on the clock. Let us go and take our break, drink, eat, stretch, and we'll be back. We'll see you back here in 5 minutes. 5 minutes up. Let's start getting back. Let's get back. 5 minutes up. And for those of us that are already back in our seats, I have a question. Fastest finger in the chat, and you win some quick credits, quick and easy credits sent to your phone numbers. I have a fun riddle for us. Now listen, it's the first response I see in the chat that is accurate, that's the credit. So let's see. Fun. What gets wet while it's drying? What gets wet while it's drying? What gets wet while it's drying? I'll need some other eyes. Pastor Ibinabo, please help me look so that you see. Oh, we already have a response. Fast, no wasting of time. Just Master Yinka Adeniji, a towel. A towel gets wet while it's drying. Please drop your number in the chat. Drop your number in the chat. While the second session is going, I'll send you your credits, your number and line that you use. Please drop your number in the chat, Toastmaster Yinka. Let us get this number down so you can send you. It's just a pittance, 100 credit, that's all. We'll send it to you. Please drop your number in the chat. Thank you. 081-670-83187. I read it out loud in case someone was using A to fill your number. And what service provider do you use, please? What service provider do you use? MTN. Thank you so much. While the second session is going on, we'll send you your winning of 2,500 Naira. Please, let's celebrate him. Even those of us that are jealous, let's give him a round of applause. In Toastmasters, we celebrate people even if we're jealous of them. Congratulations, Toastmaster Yinka. Now I see Didi's lovely video, so it's my delight to welcome our divisional director. Let me introduce him to each and every one of us for those that may not know who this remarkable man is. Our division director is a program manager with proficiency in innovative planning and presentation management. He joined Toastmasters in 2016, and he is currently the director for Division D, District 130, for the tenure 2025/2026. For those that don't know, he is a distinguished Toastmaster. Distinguished Toastmaster Abubakar Imba. Let's celebrate him, please. I want to see those reaction buttons. Let's see those reaction buttons. Thank you for those using the chat. Thank you so much. Over to you, Didi.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster John. Thank you for your good job. I wanted to apologize for my mishaps earlier. The Zoom application keeps crashing and I wasn't able to speak or contribute. So I wanted to say village people, but I think village people don't really care about Zoom. So I think maybe city people are on my case. But I think with everybody here, we are more powerful. So thank you everybody. I wanted to quickly chip in. I wanted to have a quick take on the IPP contribution. I thought it was a very good question, and I wanted to speak from my own perspective because when I was a vice president education, the first thing I did was I identified the next vice president education. Although I didn't tell them that they were going to be the next VP, I started working with them just to support the team. I involved the IPP at the time so that we can start planning meetings. So we had 24 meetings in a year, and we don't do the second meeting in December and the first meeting in January. We don't do them. We give ourselves a break. So we have 22 meetings. Out of the 22 meetings, 2 of them are contests. So we know that we had 20 meetings. So we put those dates together, and then we now planned that. So you, Assistant VP, will plan this meeting, and Mr. IPP himself, the IPP at the time, was going to support with planning at least one meeting also. So in Lighthouse Prestige, the culture is IPPs are heavily involved with supporting the club expos and the club leadership, not directive but supportive. And even this training that we're doing right now, this virtual training, our IPP of Lighthouse Prestige was rallying the officers to attend this training along with the president. So it's a powerful office, in fact so powerful that TIA recognizes it and it's something that we can use to add value. Even when we are done, please let's not leave as IPPs. Our presidents need our support. So thank you very much for that. And I know I don't really have much time, so I want to welcome everybody to the session. What a beautiful session by Toastmaster Folu. That was a powerful session. I liked her calm, confident delivery. You know, this kind of calmness comes from knowing. So we are in good hands. If that session was wonderful, I'm looking forward to the subsequent sessions. I know it's going to be powerful, and I know we're going to have value for our time. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for improving yourselves. Thank you for improving your clubs. And thank you for improving the community. I want to encourage you to take at least one thing today that you would apply to your clubs and make a difference. I know the requirement is for 4 officers to attend and get the DCP, but we are preaching the gospel that we want 7/7 because we believe that knowledge manifests. So somebody who's a VP today will become president tomorrow. Somebody who's an SAA will become VPE tomorrow. So the longer they have this knowledge embedded in them, the easier it is to manifest it. So when the time comes for them to be officers, they already have something to work with, and that's why we encourage that our clubs attend, all 7 officers attend the training in both instances. And I always say that the district will recognize any club that has 7/7 attendance in both rounds. So if you've had 7/7 in the first round, congratulations, you're on track to achieve 7/7 again. So with that said, I don't know if I'll get an opportunity at the end of this training to formally acknowledge the efforts of our Assistant Program Quality Director, Toastmaster John Onumiya, for bringing this together, for being the heartbeat of our training endeavor this mandate. He was the one gracefully organized the physical training and this virtual training that we're doing. He's also serving as a moderator. He engaged the role players. He did so much to bring this to fore. So thank you. We appreciate you, and we cannot thank you enough for the value that you're adding to our division. So thank you under the leadership of our amiable Program Quality Director, Toastmaster Ibinabo Oibo. I let you in the hands of these wonderful people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Didi. Please, can we give him a virtual round of applause? Didi, I think you know my address. Just send me food. Just send me food. That's all I need. Nothing else, and I'm good to go. Dear Toastmasters, our leaders, we're doing very well on time. I believe this is worth your sacrifice. Now we're going to segue to our second training for today. Afterwards, we only have 2 more before we are done. Our second trainer for today is an avid learner who believes strongly in the concept of Kaizen, continuous improvement. He's a member of Garden City Toastmasters Club, where he has served as SAA, VPE, President, and IPP. He is a believer in Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, part of life from the creed. Everything in life is learned. Tabula rasa. Mindset is key. With a virtual round of applause, let's welcome our trainer, Toastmaster Ogene Wede Otokomo. Toastmaster Wede, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster John. Good morning, fellow Toastmasters and our guests. Yes, good morning. We are still in the morning. Thank you very much, Toastmaster John. I would like to share my screen. I don't know if I have sharing rights.
You do.
For some reason, I can't see that. Okay, I can see it now. Okay. So let me know if you can see my screen. Can you guys see my screen? Toastmaster John?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Or you
Oh,
can?
no, we
Oh,
can't. No. It says
It's
you're
still
sharing, but can't see it.
yeah.
Yeah.
okay. So please permit me to turn off my video
They can
because
see it now.
okay. It seems my network is not too good because I'm getting the low bandwidth message here. So I'll just turn off my video and so that I can allow for the sharing to happen. So good morning once again, leaders. It's with a great pleasure that I join or participate in the club officers training. I think it's very interesting that we get all of these resources or these opportunities that we get from Toastmasters, and it goes to show the benefit of Toastmasters. So today we'll be looking at prospective members engagement. If you see from my slide, I've put a Latin word there. It's the Latin word for everyone. It's just to let us know that even though I'm going to be facilitating today's session, it's actually going to be engaging because every one of us were once prospective Toastmaster members. And I'm sure that we'd have one or two experiences that we can share while the conversations go on. So the agenda is going to be set around first taking an icebreaker. Or just to begin, I shared something on the chat box. It's a pre-work document just to get our ideas on some of the things that we do in our clubs with respect to prospective members' engagement. Please, you guys can make use of it. Somewhere along the line, we would take questions from it. So today we are going to be structuring the engagement around this structure. First, there'll be an icebreaker where we would get to break the ice concerning prospective members' engagement. I see that the question I have on my icebreaker is something that the last facilitator had asked, but would have a twist to it. Like I said, it's going to be engaging, so I'm encouraging everybody to participate. In fact, I'll call names because I know a couple of people on the call. So after that, we'll look at the pre-work debrief. That's what I shared on the chat box, so can take one or two responses from people just to have an idea of what they do in their club. And then we would run through the prospective members' journey. After which there would be a breakout session. So that breakout session, we have an activity that we'll do. After the breakout session, the conversations will be based on the outcome of the activities that we participated in during the breakout session. So like I said, it's going to be engaging. I encourage every one of us to participate when we are called upon. So the objective of this entire training is first for us to recognize the phases of the prospective member journey. I know that in Toastmasters, as leaders, we just believe that, we'd have prospective members, we would convert them from being prospective members, so members. But we also need to realize that there is a structured path to making that transition happen. Personally, during my first time in Toastmasters, I really did not have that understanding that there's this structured path to get people from being prospects to members. So I assume that it will be the same for most of us on the call. But the goal is, at the end of today's conversation, we should be able to understand that structured path, not just understanding it, but being able to maximize it, know how to make it work in our advantage to our advantage for our various clubs. Then we finally, the final outcome is that after these conversations, the hope is that we should be able to develop unique solutions or resources for your clubs to help new members in their journey. As we would see, we would definitely have different needs based on our clubs. We have some clubs that are social clubs, we have some clubs that are corporate clubs, which means that they are going to be having different kind of prospects within those space. So the goal is, after today's conversation, we should be able to narrow down and develop something that is unique, peculiar to our clubs. So our icebreaker, I would like to get response from people on their first experience as a guest to a Toastmasters meeting or a Toastmasters club. The second part of the icebreaker, like I said, has already been addressed. I saw a lot of comment from people when they responded on why they decided to join Toastmasters. But I would like to know, what was your first experience as a guest to a Toastmasters meeting? I'm currently sharing my screen, so if we have anyone who has their hands up, they can speak.
No hands up at the moment. I'll let you know if a hand goes up.
Oh, okay. So I said I was going to
A
call
hand has
names.
gone up.
Okay,
Toastmaster
please go.
Matthew Oji.
Okay, good morning, fellow Toastmasters. My first experience as a Toastmaster was sometime in the year 2017. So I was invited by a fellow Toastmasters then. So in a nutshell, I would say my experience was enlightening because I saw people speak with some level of eloquence that I would usually see on the TV. And I felt like, wow, this is beyond me. This is interesting. This is enlightening. And right there, and beyond the eloquence, there was this air of acceptance that, okay, come as you are. We accept you the way you are, and we will train you and make you better. At the end of the meeting, I saw a lot of people coming to talk to me. They were being very social and very free, even inviting me to attend more of the meetings. So I say, yes, it was welcoming, it was enlightening, it was educating. In a nutshell, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Toastmaster Matthew. We have another hand up. I'll just take him. Pradeep.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I cannot forget my first Toastmasters meeting. When I attended, I volunteered for the table topics, and the table topic evaluation blew me out. That how can somebody listen to me just for 2 hours and know my weak point, which I had known that this is my weak point for so many years, and then the warmth, the family-like feeling, and we saw how all the other Toastmasters related. And also part of the reason of me joining Toastmasters was the structure, how the meeting was structured. Secondly, the table topic evaluation for me, which was on point. Last but not the least, Toastmaster Suzanne gave a speech at the table topic or prepared speech. And those who know Toastmaster Suzanne, she had a bit of stammering difficulty, and she was delivering a speech and people were encouraging her. I said, if I need to join a club, it has to be this club. And I have not regretted that decision. And as many people I meet today, that this has impacted my life positively, and I continue spreading the message of Toastmasters to everybody. So I can't forget my first Toastmaster meeting, which was a superb experience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pradeep. Really very insightful points that you've shared. I'm sure that as we go on in the conversations, we would we'll be able to piggyback to what Pradeep and Matthew has shared to see how we can get our clubs to be in that position where once guest comes in, it becomes easy for them to make the decision to transition from guest to registered Toastmasters. So we'll just look at the brief for our pre-work. Please confirm if you guys were able to go through the document that was shared on the chat box, rather in the chat box. So first, did we see the document shared in the chat box?
A few people are confirming with thumbs up and messaging in the chat that they did.
Oh, okay. So can anyone volunteer to speak to respond to some of the questions there? I will just read the questions because of time. The first one is, how do prospective members find your club? Why do prospective members join your club? Toastmaster Olen, please go ahead.
So to answer, thank you, Toastmaster Wede. To answer question one, we have our contact details on Google Market, and so we get random calls because there's a mobile number there to call. So we've had people call us through that number to say, I found this online and I'm looking for a place for public speaking, and I saw your club's contact, and that's why I'm reaching out. We also have people being referred by other club members. We get referrals as well when people go out to make presentations outside and they ask, oh, how do you speak this well? I would like to speak like you and be like you and all that. So we get referrals come through when Toastmasters engage externally and then they refer people to the club. I think the one consistent feedback I have gotten from prospects who have called me directly is that the time spent detailing what we do as a club or as Toastmasters, they find it useful because we address all the questions around what their expectations are, what's in it for them, what's in it for the club, and how much this is a commitment. And so if you're not ready to do all of this, please don't bother paying the money. Just go think about it, and when you're ready, you come. So when they have a clear sense of what is expected of them and what's expected of us in terms of what we as a club would deliver, they are clear. So when they come, they come prepared. Do we get everybody? Of course not. But I mean, it's always a feedback that I get from people who eventually return to join the club. Thanks.
Thank you, Toastmaster Olen. I think your response touched on question 1 and question 2. So I'll just let another person speak. And I hope that we are all taking note of what these responses that have been coming so far, because there is a lot we're already learning from what they're already saying. So the third question is, what does your club do to support new members? Now, I'd want someone else to respond to that based on their experience. We have a lot of people on the call. As at the last time I checked, we have over 80 participants, and we are Toastmasters, leaders at that. So I expect that we should speak when called upon. Okay, so no response on that. So is it the question? So what are the most popular goals of your members? If we have anyone to respond to that. Toastmaster Chiamaka, please go.
Thank you very kindly, Toastmaster Wede, in the beautiful session. I think I would start with question 3. when new members join our club, we assign them mentors, and everyone sees it as a collective responsibility to encourage the member and find out why exactly they joined and ensure that that purpose is being achieved. I know a lot of new members, when they come in with zest, and by the time we get onto the educational pathway, they begin to slow down. But we've had members who have had mentors support them, encourage them, and they make good progress in pursuing their educational goals and their own personal drive of joining Toastmasters. More so, we encourage them to join other club meetings. So when they attend other club meetings outside the club, they get to feel how Toastmasters is run, the meetings are run, and they come back with encouraging feedback. So that encourages them to get on to achieve their goals. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Toastmaster Chiamaka. I think that your response concerning assigning mentors to new members is really spot on. As we would go, we would see that these things that we do to new members, it's also very important that we make prospects aware of the entire benefits, because sometimes prospects, they come into Toastmasters meetings, they're not even aware of what will happen to them if I join. So it's almost like you have a benefit and we are not even sharing it in the general meeting platform. So how would they know that, oh, these are the benefits I get when I join? But then again, thanks for that response. Toastmaster Olem, I see you want to speak. I'll just take you before we proceed.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention something. So we also get emails from Toastmasters International. So I think those are the people who go to the main Toastmasters portal and click on that find a club thingy. And we receive an email from Toastmasters saying this person is asking about your club. Reach out to the person within the next 48 hours or so. And then we get to do an email to the person with club details for the next meeting and leave a mobile number in case they want to reach out to us. You would also, if you go to the prospective members tab within the Club Central, it's just adjacent where we have membership management, I think. When you open it, you would also see when new members, when prospects indicate that they want to know stuff about your club. So some of them leave notes to say, I would like to join your club meetings. Others just leave their details like their email address and their mobile number. So we pick that up from time to time as well and just check. So I wanted to just highlight that as well. Thanks.
Yes, very important point, because a lot of people are not even aware of that. And that's why, as club officers, it's very important that on the Toastmasters International platform, we have the right details. We have details that can be reached, because like Toastmaster Olem has shared, time over time, Toastmasters will send details of prospects. For some, they would not even send, but you'd have it logged on your platform that if they find your club. So that's why as leaders, we need to always ensure that that connect is open, and we also check to get the right feedback from TI. So I think that we've taken a lot of response from that space, from the pre-work debrief. But one thing I would encourage every one of us, we need to look at these documents, see the questions, and provide answers to them, because it helps us to introspect on the things that we do as a club. And from introspection, we get information, or we get ideas on things that we can do better, we can improve upon. So I'll just take you through the membership, prospective members journey. So we have 4 points for every prospective member. And that 4 points is the point that takes them from when they first come to the club up to when they now become registered members of Toastmasters. Toastmaster Pradeep, when he was talking about his first experience in Toastmasters, talked about table topics and the feedback he received. He said that the feedback he received, somebody was able to spot something that he knew was a personal challenge just in listening to him speak for only 2 minutes. And that's very powerful because awareness is key. And that's the first place for you to get your prospects to be interested in the first place. After awareness, obviously there's evaluation, and after which the prospect decides to join. And then when he joins, he hopes that he gets all the support that he needs. So I'll just run through the individual phases. In between, we will take feedback on, or we'll take more comments from people on the various phases and what they think. But for awareness, like I said, it begins from the prospect knowing that they have a need or they have a problem that needs to be fixed. Like I shared with Toastmaster Pradeep's case, he knew that he was aware before coming to Toastmasters that was an issue that needs to be worked on. Coming to Toastmasters and getting feedback on that same thing that he was aware of just made him know that this is the place where this will be fixed, where I will get this solution. Because sometimes some people are not actively researching how to address their problems or how to get solutions. Some people would go to say, oh yes, I know I have this challenge. Let me go online. How can I overcome the fear of public speaking, for example? And in doing that, they get feedback to say, oh, there are organizations like Toastmasters International, you can do this and you can do that. But not everybody might get into that space. Now I'm speaking of it in that way because not every prospect of Toastmasters would first come into a Toastmasters meeting. We're all professionals. It might just be at work. We see someone who gives a presentation at work, and then from your experience as Toastmasters, Toastmasters will help this person become even a better communicator. They might be aware, but you are also aware based on what you've seen. And it's okay for you to approach them to say, I know of an organization where you can come and you would develop your speaking skills to become even a better communicator. And the conversation has already begun. You are now taking that person who wasn't probably not aware of Toastmasters. You are now making him become aware of the Toastmasters brand. I personally have my own Toastmasters story, how I joined Toastmasters. It was I think it was 2018 or so. Then I was working for one of the service companies, and we had gone to a particular facility to do our job. I was a field engineer, and to the best of my knowledge, I was very good at my job because it was technical and I was delivering all of the technical requirements of my job. But on this particular day, we were invited to participate in the morning meetings of the clients that we had gone to visit. And out of the blue, someone just calls me to say, this is one of our contractors on site. Please stand up and tell us about the safety hazards in your job. As simple as that. I knew the hazards, but I couldn't speak. It was terrible. And at that point, I got into the point of awareness that this is something, there's a gap here, and I need to work on it. So personally, I did not actively go to research for how to become a better communicator or a better public speaker. It was just in a conversation with a friend that somewhere along the line, he just talked about Toastmasters. Oh, there's a group of people, they meet every Saturdays, they learn public speaking, and all of that. That was how I became a prospect, and as they say, the rest is history. So it's very important for us to understand this on two folds. First, there are the set of people who are aware that they have this issue. Some of those people might find Toastmasters. Some of those people might do a research to say, oh, I want to actively look for ways to address this. And those categories are people that Toastmaster Oliem referenced when she said some of them will go on Toastmasters International website to find a club near them. But then there are still other categories of people who might not be aware. They might just be speaking and they feel like, oh, I can speak well. I heard a story one time in one of the Toastmasters meeting about a professional speaker who joined Toastmasters. In fact, he said when he heard about Toastmasters, it was like, what's the essence of coming to Toastmasters? I'm already speaking well. But he said in attending Toastmasters, following all through all the curriculum, he now realized that he was actually not speaking well. So it's important for us to know that, yes, there will be people who are aware. Still, there'll still be people who may not be aware that they need to polish the skills. But because of our exposures, because of the things that we do as Toastmasters, we can bring that awareness to them. Bringing Toastmasters as a brand that can help them, that has the product offering that can help them address that challenge. And as we go on, we see that all of this now ties up to what our first speaker, our first facilitator talked about, having quality meetings. Because when you make somebody aware, when you tell them about Toastmasters, the next thing will be for them to engage. Usually they engage through our meetings. So I'll just take a pause here to ask for some feedback or some comments on this. In seeing the prospective member for Toastmasters, we must understand Toastmasters as a brand, and we must understand that our prospective members, they are customers. So we have products, Toastmasters products, and we are looking to sell that product to prospective members. So if we look at it from that perspective, now let's go back to our own personal life and think about brands that we use. How do we come to that decision of using a particular product? Say for instance, now this morning I went to buy something. I wanted to buy milk, liquid milk, and I had the option of buying from several brands when I got to the shop. I saw several brands on the deck, but I chose one. Sometimes I might think that I chose that brand, but if you go into marketing, you now realize that there's something about that brand that they've done that it made me choose them. So my question is, how do we get into that? How do we make that decisions in our personal space? Let's see how we can also apply it to Toastmasters. Please, if you're not speaking, you can mute your mic. Zoom Master, help us. I don't know if my question is clear and if we have anyone who wants to respond. Can I still be heard? I'm practically talking to myself.
Loud and clear, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Toastmaster John. So Toastmaster John, my question, I hope it's clear.
You may need to reiterate, sir.
Okay. So how do we... Okay, how can... I gave an example of choosing a product. I wanted to buy milk. I had several brands to choose from, but I chose one. So how do brands enable us to choose their product? Is there anything that the brand does, or is it just us choosing? Toastmaster Olem, please go.
Thanks, Toastmaster Wede. So for me, First will be packaging. Everybody is drawn to what they see on the exterior before we start exploring. And I think I always used to have that philosophy of saying, if you want to get someone to join a club, first bring them to a club meeting, right? And let them have a good experience. If that happens, you've delivered on the packaging. The second will be cost. If we're speaking generally about branding, it will be cost, including Toastmasters. So you're asking me to pay a sum for value of what I would get. If I weigh the value of what you're promising versus the cost of acquiring that item, if it doesn't feel to me like the value is worth the cost, I most likely won't purchase it. So there has to be a balance between the value and the cost for what you're purchasing. And the only way you demonstrate value really is for people to see it. And again, it brings us back to club meetings and how we generally engage with people who come to the club for the first time. So the whole bit around moments of truth really is significant in how that bit plays out in my own thinking. So for me, it would be packaging. So what they see, value versus cost. Thank you. It's back to you, Toastmaster Wade.
Okay, thank you. I still have two other people, so we'll just quickly take them. Toastmaster TT, and after that, we take Toastmaster Timmy.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, for me, I will say the first thing is perception. The way people perceive the products will determine whether they will buy or not. And what makes them have that perception? It all boils down to the way it has been presented to the public. If you present it as a good product, many people will definitely buy. Take, for example, we see Coca-Cola on the adverts every day, despite the fact that it's an household name already. And people are still buying, despite the fact that we know that it is not too good for our health. However, you can't see apples, raw apples in the adverts, despite the fact that it's good for the health. You don't see, you definitely have not, well, maybe for me, I've not seen people actually advertising natural fruits. Okay. So it's the perception you give to people initially that will make them buy. There are some people, no matter how, well, there's no bad products, let me not say bad. Even if a product is not going to be too good for the health, if they give you the impression that it is good, you will definitely buy. So when it comes to Toastmasters, I think that the perception comes first before people will be able to buy in. And for them to have good perception about what we do, our branding, the content, has to go pari passu. And then we should also look at ensuring that people are encouraged to attend meetings. Let's hear their feedbacks. Let's hear what we have done well. Let's hear what they feel that can be improved. When they come consistently, nobody will tell them to actually join at the end of the day because they've gotten enough, value for them to say, okay, yes, I can pay. The concept of price, cost, and value will not be something they will now start negotiating anymore. They will even be willing to do more than the price tag because they know that it is value packed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Toastmaster TT. Toastmaster Timmy, please, we'll just take you in the next 1 to 2 minutes because our time is far running.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Wade. I think largely what I'd wanted to say had been captured in the two comments earlier. The only addition I would rather just bring forth is that for a brand to be chosen, it is because that they have become a brand themselves. So indeed, in our case, I think one of the very important parts is the fact that we are individually a brand ambassador of Toastmasters. And I draw from my first experience while trying to join the Toastmaster. from the first call I placed across to the contact person on the OICT Toastmasters Club, I had already been given an experience that gives me first an impression of excellence, and then an experience of a feel of belonging and fun at the same time, before they opened me up to the challenge that for you to grow, you have to do this. So I was already eager to visit for the first time, because the contact person I spoke with was already a brand on his own. So the brand was well positioned by the carrier. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that the brand must exist. And when the brand exists, the people will pay attention.
Yes, I think that everybody has spoken well, because as we would see, when anytime a guest or a prospect come into our meetings or they engage Toastmasters, even as the brand, they are evaluating. They are trying to see, oh, will this person be able to deliver, or with this brand or with this organization be able to deliver for me? Would they be able to help me address the challenges that I am aware of? So, like Toastmaster Timmy said, it's important that we, as Toastmasters, we always position ourselves in that place where, when anytime anybody comes, we're able to give them that experience, that quality experience. We're able to engage them professionally. We're able to have that quality meeting, so that when they come into our meetings, they feel like, oh, this is something I want to be part of. Because the next phase, like we can see, is the evaluation phase, where they now evaluate their options to say, oh, do I join or do I not join? And that now leads us to the join phase. So the process of so they need a straightforward process for joining that supports their decision to trust their product. And I think this is a place where a lot of clubs we need to come in as a club to be creative to see, okay, how can we make the join phase for our prospect easy? And it was Toastmaster, the first facilitator, Toastmaster Follow, that was talking about the challenge of pricing at some point, but how clubs have become very creative to find a way around it for prospect. So it brings us back to reflection. Like I said, as clubs, we need to sit down and reflect on these various phases. We are going to be having a breakout session where we would want everyone to work as a team to bring out of the pain points or some of the solutions that we can get as a club to address these various phases, making it easy for people to join and to become part of our clubs. And because of time, I would run through these. Then the final phase is the support phase. And this is the point where we have now transitioned our members to our prospects, from being prospects to members. For most clubs, I've heard it from people who joined Toastmasters and they said, oh, they had the feeling of, oh, I joined, and afterwards, nothing happened. And that's because sometimes people feel like we promise a lot in Toastmasters. So because we promise a lot, they expect that once you come, you join Toastmasters, then immediately you should be able to speak to 2,000 people confidently. But I think in this place, we need to strike the balance, because in telling people what Toastmasters is about, we must always let them know of their own role they need to play for them to be able to achieve their goals in Toastmasters. I can't remember the speaker, but someone talked about it. we have a popular quote in Toastmasters. They say Toastmasters is a place where leaders are made. But I would always like to rephrase that to say Toastmasters is a place where great communicators and leaders make themselves. Because that understanding of the responsibility that you have must be balanced. Balanced in a way that the club provides the support for the individual, but then they also ensure that while they are providing the support, the individual knows this is what I need to also do in return. So for some of the things that we can look as a club, some of the questions we can ask as a club. How do members ask for help? How do we check in to see how they are doing with their goals? Are they achieving their goals? Do we need to tweak anything to help them do better? For some people, the complaint might be, oh, I've been assigned a mentor, but I'm not too okay with my mentor. And they don't give you that feedback. They just run because they are new to the organization. It's only in checking back with them we know if they are really satisfied and then know if we need to do anything to change the narrative. So I'll just run straight to the breakout. We'll just go to the breakout session quickly. We would have 10 minutes for this session. I have shared on the chat box a PDF document. Is the new members activity like experience mapping. So the instruction for it is we need to work as a group to answer the questions. First, when you get into your breakout room, you first have to decide on who will do a presentation, because after the activity, you come back to the main room and give us a presentation of your deliberations. So the activity is in two folds. First, you will discuss what each club needs to do in the various phases that we talked about: the awareness, the evaluate, the join, and the support phase. What they need to do to make transitioning prospective members to registered members, what they need to do to make it easy. Then the second part, you will now record the things, the resources that the club needs to be able to do these things. So based on that, you would come up with a summary of that you would share when we come back from the breakout session. So I need someone to do two things for me. First, confirm if the PDF document on the chat box is there, and then confirm if they understand what I have just shared. Toastmaster John and Toastmaster Nene, you have your hands up. Do you want to say something?
No, you can ignore my hand. That was for the timing. You can go ahead.
Toastmaster Nene, do you want to say something?
I lifted up my hand to let you know that I can see the chat. You asked a question to confirm if we can see.
Okay, thank you. And you understand the ask, what is required of you or required of your team?
No, please.
Okay. So we're going to have a breakout session. The Zoom master will get us into breakout rooms. The idea is for us to discuss the transitions of the new members, prospective members transition that I talked about, the various phases, the awareness, the evaluate, the join, and the support phase. But you are going to be discussing it from the lens of your club. So what does your club need to do in each phase to make that transition easy? To make it easy for you to get somebody from awareness to that evaluation, to joining, and also to providing the necessary support that they need. Then when you have had that discussions on that, you will now go on to talk about the areas of support your club needs from Toastmasters, for example, or from the the leadership to be able to implement those things that you have recommended. So is it clear now?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Zoom Master, can you create the breakout room? We'll spend 10 minutes there, and then we'll come back to
We should all have
The
seen
rooms.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead, Toastmaster John.
We should have all seen the pop-up with the rooms there. You need to click join to join your room. Please click join. Your names are already allocated to different rooms. Just click join to join the room quickly. Those of us still in the main room, please click join. You need to join a room outside of this main room. You should not be able to see me or hear me at this point. Toastmaster Wede, I think I should make you a co-host. Is Toastmaster Wede still here?
No, he's in room 4.
Okay. Can you see a prompt to join any breakout room? So I think somebody is asking for prompt. Let me go and meet him in that room. So I can make him a co-host and he can join other rooms. Room 4, okay.
Toastmaster Josephine, you were meant to be in room 4. Toastmaster Wofika, room 5. And Vivo. Vivo, you should be in room 6. Vivo should be in room 6. Toastmaster Josephine. Please join your breakout rooms. Toastmaster Finn.
It appears Toastmaster Wede is not back here. I removed him from the room.
I can't see him in any room either.
Okay, let me try and send him a message. Maybe his network took him out.
Yeah. Toastmaster Enemako, Toastmaster Josephine, and Vivo Y29. Please, you're still in the main room. Toastmaster join. I can see him.
Yeah, he just got back in. Toastmaster
Yes.
Wede, unfortunately, we may have to cut this short. There have been too many people in breakout rooms asking for assistance. And at this point, you only have 8 minutes left for your session. So we may need the Zoom master to bring people back and work with what those who understood what they were sent in to do were able to do.
Okay, that's fine. But another challenge, you removed me from the meeting, so I can't join with my laptop again.
No, I removed you from the breakout room.
No, but it was from the meeting, so I can't join again.
Oh, okay, that's my mistake. My apologies. I saw remove from breakout room. Okay, so
But I think it's
meeting is done. Or you mean network?
You said?
Are you saying the network is not permitting you to join with your laptop?
Normally, when they remove you from the meeting, it will mark your details and not let you into that meeting again.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. My apologies.
So I have to join with my phone now.
I see. Okay. So we might just have to do the little we have with you using your phone. We might not be able to see what is being projected. But can we bring everyone else back in?
Yes, you can now. You can.
Okay. Please, Zoom Master, let's bring everyone back in.
Okay, I'll close the rooms.
Thank you. Toastmaster, whether you have only 5 minutes left, but 10 minutes afterwards for questions and answers, so you can consolidate it as best you deem fit.
Okay.
They should be returning to the main room now. Okay, over to you, Toastmaster Wede.
Okay. So do we have everyone back in the room now? Can see it's a good number of us are back.
But we're not ready
still
to
slowly coming back.
Was this up to 10 minutes?
Was this
We're
up
not
to
ready
10
to be
minutes
back.
for real? Like, I'm not even sure we're able to do much.
That's it. If it's possible, send us back for another 5.
Yes.
So because of time, we need to
Okay.
need to proceed.
Valuable
Okay.
As in, our conversation was just brewing at the time that we had to return, you know.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. But good thing, we have this template. We can also use it as part of our engagement in the club. The idea of this training is just to give us a guide. The plan is, or the expectation is, that you go back to your club as ESCOs and some gets based on the learnings that you've gotten from the club officers training, you are able to co-create something, a solution that is unique to your club. So because of time, I'll just ask if we have 1 or 2 teams who did something, even if you were not able to complete, if you have something that you can share with us, just to give us an idea and to give others a hint of what we are talking about. So I'll look out for the raised hands. Toastmaster Olen.
Toastmaster Babatunde's hand went up before me, please.
Oh, okay. Toastmaster Babatunde, please go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess we didn't have too much time to walk through all the 4 pillars, but it was obvious that in transitioning from prospective members to full membership, we debated about having maybe onboarding sessions once a quarter. We also thought about the fact that, I mean, people come to the club because of a deficiency. Maybe they are seeking a promotion, they are not able to achieve a goal at work, or a challenge in their personal lives, or maybe generally life happens or life events happens to them. But when they get into the club, helping them from that point of pain to a position of strength is what we as club officials need to do. So having onboarding sessions on a quarterly basis could remind or bring to the remembrance of the prospective members of those issues or those pain points. It did happen to me as well in 2014 when I was told by a line manager that I think digital, but I speak analog. And that was the reason why I joined Toastmasters Club. So that's a personal experience. We spoke about the evaluation components, new members, and having new members understand that it's a journey. Nobody gets to speak as a professional from day one. So they should not overthink their speeches. They should rise and fall, and they get to a point where they break and then become experienced speakers. We also talked about the challenge of joining. And as we're aware, finance is a major component. Whether clubs can begin to think about having welfare policies or thrift contribution to support, in a sense, in a way, certain members to break out. And those members, when they break in and see the benefits, they will be happy also to contribute to that pause. So again, those are some of the things that we thought about in my group. And as we did say, we didn't have much time to debate on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Babatunde. We we'll take Toastmaster Olem's comments.
Thanks, Toastmaster Wede. And same as my team. In fact, we were in the awareness bucket, but I'll just drop a few things for the other buckets before I wrap this up. So a member, I think it was Toastmaster Inform who gave us this feedback, and she said awareness is key because usually at the beginning of the year, it's a great opportunity where people are setting goals, and communication goals and leadership goals are usually part of those things. So just putting ourselves out there is key at a time like this because it makes it easier for people to reach out to us. So some ways she suggested, she said we need to learn to start taking out our meeting flyers from chat rooms to more open spaces. She recommended in her own case that there have been instances where, despite the fact that prospects were in a WhatsApp group where they could reach them, she had to send them private messages because sometimes group messages are muted and so they don't even see the messages. So she sends out private messages to these individuals, at least to keep them coming. And that it will be a nice strategy to adopt for us to maybe set targets for club members to say, okay, you bring 5-10 people to club, maybe there's a prize to win for the person who invites the most guests, so we can get more people involved beyond the VPPRO, beyond the ESCO, and just to other club members to be able to push this through. So we have that information out there. She also highlighted a bit around using our social media platforms, that it's very uncommon for you to see meeting flyers on social media platforms. Maybe people just really don't want people to know what they're about in the meantime, but using those platforms also put us out there externally. I would just like to highlight on bits around creating awareness. I think one of the key things in awareness is also asking people what they expect. Why are they joining? Because when we have that clear from the beginning, you know whether you're the club to fix that problem or not. So if somebody says they want to join because they want to increase their network, you'll be asking yourself, what kind of network do you want to build? With some sense of clarity, you might just know that your club doesn't have that DNA for that. Your club probably is stronger at something else. And then maybe recommend a different Toastmasters club to them so that they can join that Toastmasters club, not necessarily because you're losing a member. The bit around joining, I think finance is a key one, but the common one I've had in recent times is distance to physical venues. So some people's challenge is actually speaking in front of live audiences, and therefore they don't want to join clubs that only hold virtual meetings, right? So they will then ask you, is there a physical part to your meetings? You say yes. And say, where is this place? You now mention and say, oh, it's too far from where I am. I'm not sure I want to commute. And I think I have a classic examples for those who are in Lagos where people tell me I can't go to the mainland, even if you say that this club is really good, or I can't go to the island because you said that. So I think that that's also a constraint for some persons beyond finance. Finally, on the support bit, assigning mentors and coaches are like our default. But the other thing that I have also found that is quite useful is having someone, or if not someone within the club, someone who knows or has answers to questions that new members might have. So they have questions around a lot of things and we get feedback around this. So if somebody who is just joining the club comes to you to say, I need information on this, and nobody in the club can answer that question, or it takes you a very long time to get back to that person, it demotivates. And so just having resource persons within the club whom you know are really good at something or generally have information about something will be nice. And so we can make referrals very easy. So that's it. Thank you.
Very good point, Toastmaster Olem. I think that we have shared a lot of things that we can take away from this meeting. Like I said earlier, the purpose of the training is not to provide us with the things that we need to do word for word. It's just to give us a guide or a template. Because one thing that we do not do as a club, most clubs don't do, is they are not very structured in the way that they approach getting new members. So it's just something that happens randomly. But as we can see from all of the conversations, a lot of points have been raised that even in my journey of Toastmasters, I've never thought of. Toastmaster Babatunde talked about having quarterly onboarding sessions, which for me makes sense. So the idea is to have us come together as ESCOs in your club. When you go back to your club, take this structure to say, oh, can we get a structured way that we get people to move from being prospects to finally becoming registered members? So the conversation really doesn't end here. It's something that we should take to our clubs to develop something that would be effective for us as individuals. Finally, before we just take Q&A, if there are any, I would just want to ask one question for maybe two people. What's one thing that you have learned from today's session that you will implement in your club? Any hands up? One
None
thing.
at the moment.
Okay. Okay, if we don't have anyone who would respond to that, if anything comes to your mind, you can. Okay, I see Toastmaster Esther. Toastmaster Esther.
Hello, thank you so much for today's session. From the beginning, when Dr. Folorunshola Alamina spoke, I really enjoyed it. And considering that I'm the SSA in my own club, I've learned that however I start the meeting is how the people in the meeting will be welcome. So I've learned to know how to bring everyone into motion so that they enjoy the quality of the meeting. I've also learned a lot as regards buying and selling communication, and I'm really thankful for the organizers of this particular session. Thank you so much. I really learned so many things. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Toastmaster Esther. I would now throw the floor open for Q&A. Toastmaster, okay, I see Toastmaster Timmy has his hands up. Toastmaster Timmy, please go.
Thank you. Thank you, Toastmaster Wade. It's not yet a question. I just wanted to respond to the question you threw earlier. Just like Toastmaster Esther, I also learned that I could actually set the pace as the SAA of my club, and it's giving me new sense of responsibility and purpose to utilize the first 3 minutes with grace and with panache. So I've learned that. Then from our group, I have recently learned that we just need to get the product to the market. It doesn't get the attention regardless of the quality it has until it gets to the market. So let's get it out there.
Okay, thank you, Toastmaster Timmy. So at this point, we'll take questions and answers. If you have any question based on the discussions in the last 1 hour.
We just have time for one question, Master Wade. Only one question. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So do we have anyone who has any question? No question? Okay, then I would hand it over to the moderator, Toastmaster John.
Fellow Toastmasters and leaders, please can we give Toastmaster Wade a virtual round of applause? Thank you so much. For those that were asking for assistance, I apologize. We had to handle everything from your groups. Hopefully in our clubs, we'll be able to dive deeper and really express ourselves. If you have more questions, please reach out to Toastmaster Wade directly. You can also reach out to whoever is on this platform that you think will be able to assist you. I dropped 2 links, the shortened one and the expanded one, to give feedback for session 2 for Toastmaster Wade. The feedback is to help us better serve you and also help Toastmaster Wade become a better facilitator in the future. Toastmaster Yinka, please, can you confirm you actually received the credit that was sent earlier? Please confirm you received it.
Yes, I have, TM John. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
I also responded to the person that sent it to me.
Oh, beautiful.
I appreciate
so you see, fellow Toastmasters, I mean, man, my word, we're going to have more sessions like this, that you can win the 2,500 Naira credits, even though it's a pittance, but it's going to happen when the 5 minutes is up. So you need to come back quickly. Fastest fingers win. Now we're going to have another 5 minutes for comfort break, and we dive into the second half of our training. We are almost at the finish line. Thank you for being here with us. So we're going to have 5 minutes of comfort break now. 5 minutes, we'll be back, and we'll dive into winning the next round of 2,500 Naira of credit. So go eat, relieve yourself in the restroom, stretch, and be back.
With YouTube Premium, you can watch ad-free, offline, and in the background, and listen ad-free on the YouTube Music app. One subscription, 2 apps. Continue watching the highest quality videos from anywhere by seamlessly switching devices. Set up automatic downloads so your favorite videos are ready when you are, and play videos when your screen is off or when you use other apps. There's more to discover with Premium. Try 1 month free of charge.
Hello, Toastmasters and our leaders. We are back. I saw a message. Someone is asking for what? Tickets to where? Oh my goodness. Return tickets to Libreville. Interesting. Don't worry, we're getting there. Division D, we're getting there. I don't know if Didi is still here. At least Madam PQD is still here. So you can be rest assured that this has been duly noted and we'll take it to heart. Now let us see. What question do we have? Fastest fingers, fastest fingers. Are we ready? Let me see a thumbs up, please. Are we ready? Let's see those reaction buttons. Are we ready? Let's see the thumbs up. Thank you. And Toastmaster Yinka, please, you cannot win again. Permit other people to win because your fingers were extremely fast last time. Let others win. Here is my question. I have a head and a tail, no body. What am I? I have a head and a tail, but no body. What am I? I have a head and a tail, but no body. What am I? Madam PQD, you'll help me to make sure that the person
I
that
see a response. The
Thank
first
you.
person was Toastmaster Wede. He said coin.
Correct. Please, can we celebrate Toastmaster Wede? Let's celebrate him. A coin. I have a head and a tail, but no body. Toastmaster Wede, drop your number and the line you use. Please put it in the chat box. Bodiless head and tail. Yes. Toastmaster Wede, your number and the network that you use, please, so that we can send you your small 2,500. I don't even know what you're doing with it, but since we're celebrating and sharing, please put down your number and the network that you use so that we can credit you during the 3rd training session. Please put your number and the network you're using. Hopefully my network is not too slow to miss it, but I trust that Madam PQD will help me capture that. At this point, let me see if they are in the room. I would like to confirm if we have, yes, we have Toastmaster Kelvin in the room. Toastmaster Kelvin, I apologize, we'll not be able to play the video, but we can hear what you have to say briefly to the room, and I'm sure, thank you, Toastmaster. I'm sure that we are going to be people that take action on it. Fellow Toastmasters and leaders, please let's welcome Toastmaster Kelvin to give us the news he has that we all need to hear and, most importantly, take action on. Toastmaster Kelvin, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Toastmaster John. Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm excited to be part of the second batch of training. I see a lot of faces, particularly people from Uyo and Port Harcourt, and I'm excited to be part. I am personally inviting everybody to year 2026. Now, I'm sure you must have been seeing some communication around it, or you might not know. What is Division Excellence Award 2026 and Recognition 2026? What is it about? Typically, you get to give speech as a Toastmaster, you get to play a role as a Toastmaster. Doing these activities enhances your growth and also enhances your club. But sometimes people don't get rewarded or recognized for this push that they do. This push going to playing roles for club, giving speeches. You don't see that recognition often. So what we do as a division regularly recognize people monthly. We do a monthly recognition and we do a quarterly recognition. But we decided from 2025 to take it further. We hosted an award gala. My God, anybody that was there, please, can you show your hands and how you experienced it? Me personally, I would say it was wonderful. We got a chance to celebrate people. We got a chance, there was great food, great music, great atmosphere. What we are doing for 2026 is similar. Great food, great atmosphere. It promises to be fun, but we are taking it a step further. We are emphasizing two things. The first, networking. We have in Division D more than 30 plus club, but a lot of people do not know each other. They do not know what the next person do. If the next person might actually be the solution to your problem. So we are emphasizing networking. People during the event, to get them to know each other, to get to catch fun, they know each other, know them personally more than that they are a Toastmaster. Then the second part that we're emphasizing, socializing. We did not dance enough at the year 2025. So this year, we are going to dance till we are tired because it's not easy putting that effort, putting that time to become a great speaker. So if you're interested, whether you are in Port Harcourt, you are in Uyo, or you're in Lagos, please sign up. The ticket is 50,000 naira. It's going to be worth more than that. And the location is in Lagos. It's in Lagos, and the date is June 20th. I would add, if you have a business or you an individual, you like the typical VIP package, you can take up, you like the VIP treatment, you can take up our VIP packages. It's going to be wonderful. You're going to get a pristine experience. If you have a business, you want to be associated with excellence, I urge you to take up the package so your business is spotlighted, so we see your business grow. Year 2026, I am certain, and I'm not boasting, it's going to be the event of the year. No, the event of the century. Yes, I can say that boldly. Event of the century. So see you there. I'm very excited. I will drop my number. If you want to make payments, you can make payments. And also people outside Lagos, we have some hotel arrangements for you. If you're going to make payment, please do. You can speak with me privately for the arrangement we have for discounted hotels. I look forward to seeing everybody at the year 2026. Thank you. Back to you, Toastmaster John.
Fellow Toastmasters and leaders, please can we put our hands together for Toastmaster Kelvin? We should all say that we need more trainings, because you can never know. At the next training, instead of 2,500 naira credit, it might be your return ticket to Lagos and back for the year 2026. And I concur, Toastmaster Kelvin, we need more dancing. We did not dance enough last year. I support that 100%. For those asking for feedback, link from the first session will be dropped in the chat again while the third session is going on. Now it's my pleasure to welcome our facilitator for the third session. Our facilitator for this session is a business development strategist and the director of commercials at Dakada Skills Acquisition Center. He possesses academic groundings in human anatomy, psychology, business management, and strategic leadership, bringing unique blend of science and strategy to leadership and organizational growth. He became a Toastmaster in 2014 and has been committed to personal development and impactful leadership. He is a chess enthusiast who loves to learn and believes we rise by lifting others. Fellow leaders, please let's welcome our third facilitator for today, Toastmaster Ubong Ian. Toastmaster Ubong, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster John Onumiya. I noticed that Wede had his video turned off. So is that the norm? Maybe to handle bandwidth.
No, yes, it was having some network issues. That's why I turned off his video. If you can turn on your video, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, not a problem. Let me maintain the norm. I noticed also that we had a commercial break just before the marketing session. I'm wondering how much we charge for commercial breaks in this COT2. It's nice to bring up an advertisement just before the session. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the marketing session for Toastmasters. It is said that having a business that runs so well and not marketing it is like winking to a beautiful girl in the dark. You alone know you're winking, but nobody else sees it. Although I've had to question that saying, if I am in the dark winking, how could I tell that the girl who's also in the dark is beautiful? Well, the marketers will find a way to tell me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is marketing. Have you ever had a client who tells you, catch me if you can? You have tried everything you could to ensure that the person signs up to your business, comes to buy from you, and still nothing comes through. It's like you have this rock wall between you and the prospect. What you need is the right marketing skills. So I'll ask the question. Feel free to turn on your mic and tell me, what's your idea of marketing? What's marketing to you? What's your definition of marketing? Anyone? Let's make this as interactive as possible. Anyone before I start doing naming and shaming?
We have a response in the chat. We have a response in the chat from Toastmaster Babatunde, selling.
Oh, selling. Okay, okay. We have from Timmy, make it known. Does that mean making it known or make it known? Anybody else? What do you think? It could be one word, it could be a whole sentence. All right, we have Olem. Before we take Oyobami.
Thank you, Toastmaster Ubong. So for me, I think it's convincing someone to purchase something from you with the sole intent of making sure that they buy that thing from you. That would be for me.
Okay, convincing someone to purchase something from you. Okay. Oyobami, coach, let's hear from you. Good one.
All right, thank you very much. As simple as it is, I would say is every activity is being put in place before sales is being made, making sure that the product or the service is as visible as possible, before the next phase, which is the selling. Thank you very much.
All right, Oyebami, I have a question for you before Titilayomi takes the mic.
Okay.
What would can you name 3 activities, 1 to 3 activities that will happen before that happens?
Before the selling?
Yes.
One, I would say branding, which comes in line of storytelling. Second is positioning, placement of your products, which is part of branding in a way. And third, I would say the real art of marketing in itself is the visibility, whereby you get to do a lot of, it's all around placement, branding placement in itself. So I won't really want to count it as 1, 2, 3, but regarding branding, regarding placement, regarding getting it as visible as possible in the faces of possible clients, that is what we narrow down who will not be your ID clients or who won't. So it's more like sorting them out for the ones that are actually your customer, get in line towards the selling funnel.
Okay, interesting. Selling funnel.
Toastmaster Ubong,
yeah?
Apologies. If your network will permit, please, can you turn on your video? Let's actually see you present. But if it will not, that's okay. Well, let's see you attempt.
Okay, I can try this. Does it work?
Yes, it's working. Please, let's go with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Titilayomi, let's hear from you.
Yes, please. Okay, so the last speaker actually spoke my mind. It's the process of ensuring that people get interested in your products or services.
I never knew Oyebami had the skills of mind reading. Can you teach me how you do that? Okay, interesting. Now, marketing is not just one thing, is a set of things. I would say 10 things. Now, pick up your pen and then write down these things, because most of the things we're going to learn afterwards will be anchored upon these 10 things. 1, if I let you test a product, my product at an event, I call that sampling. It's part of marketing. I let you test my product at an event. So you tell someone in Toastmasters, come. The person says, how much? You say, no. Just attend our meeting. Come see for yourself. Sampling. 2, if I run activations, campaigns, roadshows, giveaways to create awareness for that product or that business or that organization, I call that promotion. Still part of marketing. 3, if I make a video or jingles about the product and I pay for people to see or hear about it, that's called advertising. Like what Toastmaster Kelvin did earlier on. Advertising is part of marketing. So instead of just waiting for the person to come, you could do a jingle, tell the world about what Toastmasters does. 4, if blogs and praise and Newswatch and tabloids write about what you do, it's called PR, public relations. It might be good, it might be bad, but even bad PR is still PR. Who cares? That's part of marketing. So when you see people talk about people, even when they say negative things about those people, you want to know, who is this guy? I'd like to know more about this person that is making the news. That is PR. 5, the one Oyebami mentioned. If I name it so well, I price it right, I position it greatly, it's part of marketing. It's called branding. Now, if I create content to educate you about the business, And that is to attract you and build trust. It's called content marketing. The Americans know how well to use this content marketing a lot. 6. That was 6, right? Now 7. If I follow up with you, re-engage you to make you come back and then buy again from me, to make you come back and renew, that's retention. It's part of marketing. So it's not just enough for you to have one customer come by. What are you going to do to ensure that the customer comes back to buy from you? What are you going to do to ensure that the prospect, the guest that came to the meeting, will come back the next one to be part of that meeting, if not to renew? That was 7. 8. If customers bring their friends to experience my product or my services, that is referral marketing. It's becoming clear, right? Yeah. Now, if you like it and you pay for it, now that's the part that they call sales, which is part of marketing. Because if you actually do all that talking, all that advertising, and someone says, okay, so I want this product and you don't have it, you're missing out on a part of that marketing, sales. Now, number 10, which is the last one, if I make you see reason to place my product or services as the one and only option you have, regardless what competitors lie around you, that I call stakeholder retention. And that's for people like me, who have decided that they will be Toastmasters till the day they die. These 10 things make up marketing. So when you intentionally organize all of these activities, that's why I asked you, Toastmaster Ayobami, to mention the activities. When you intentionally organize all of these activities to attract attention and drive people to buy, to engage, to come to you and be part of your services, to experience your services, that is marketing. So marketing is not just one thing, it's a system of things you have to do to achieve the encompassing word marketing. Next slide, please. Now, would someone try to define marketing now that you know these other systems of marketing from your own standpoint? You know, there are no, these just like table topics, no right or wrong answers, just your perspective to it. Someone has the courage to give it a shot. Anyone? All right, Toyo. Oh, VPPR. Huh. All right, you have the floor, Toyo. Toyo, feel free to unmute your mic.
Okay,
and
hi. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's me. So thanks for sharing. But from my perspective and what we say in business, marketing is simply identifying, anticipating, and satisfying consumer needs at a profit. So in the business world, that's what we say. So you identify the needs of the consumer, you anticipate, you satisfy them, but then you do it at a profit. Now, in Toastmasters world, for example, your profit may not be in money, it might be in membership. So the process of identifying is all the things that you've said. So if I identify that let's say this person needs a car. I need to make that car and they need to be aware of it. So it's all encompassing, all that you've said, inclusive of the product.
Oh, interesting. Fine, excellent. You'd see how what her definition of identifying the needs of the customer and driving your promotion to meet those needs and providing the services that satiates those needs. Yes. Someone else want to give it a shot? Okay, so you can see that marketing is not only promotion, it's about the connection of systems to ensure that you drive home the message and get someone to experience you. And it answers the question, why should this matter to the prospect? Whatever you're doing, why should it matter to the prospect? In business, when people are negotiating deals, they say WIIFM, what's in it for me? But in marketing, the question is, why should it matter to you? What should I look out for that you want, that I can provide, that will keep you coming for more? That's the idea. So basically, marketing is the process of understanding people's goals and clearly communicating how your club helps them achieve these goals. So next slide, please. You would see here, next slide, you would see where you have, great, effective messaging. How do you craft your message to capture your audience needs? Then you have the next one there, speaking to prospective members. What are the demographics of members you want? What are the classes of members you want? Abayomi had mentioned that positioning. When you position your business, is not everybody you attract. In strategy, you could position your business as a low sales, or no, what do you call it? A low price, yes. Or you could position your business as exclusive business, high price, right? Or you could position your business and you make it for a particular set, kids, maybe ladies, maybe just men. So if someone comes to you and says, oh, I hear you sew men's clothing, I like to sew a skirt for my wife. The person at that moment understands that he or she or he is at the very wrong place. What he would have probably asked for is, I need a pants for myself. So you see, positioning helps you identify the people you expect to attract and the people that should reach out to you. In business, there is a thing in marketing called the pushing the market and pulling the market. So pushing the market is when you do more of the marketing, the advertising, the promotion, all of the most of those on the list of those 10 to attract your expected client. Pulling the market is when you just deliver excellence that you don't need to cough and people still just come looking for you. Where that really works is through social proof, that you've done it for 1, 2, 3 people so well that you don't need to advertise. They just go out and start doing referral marketing for you. But you need to be top-notch good to achieve that. For example, in Toastmasters, we have a culture of timeliness that could attract people to say, oh, in Nigeria, people don't really keep to time. So if I find a place that manages time well, or they're quite timely with their dealings, then that place is for me. I would love to go search and become a member. I know of a lot of people who became members of Toastmasters, who registered even before experiencing their first meeting, even before sampling their first meeting. Someone like DTM Dukels or someone like Toastmaster Chris Wang and the rest of them. Yesterday, I saw someone in a meeting who had made part payment to be part of the organization before she even experienced the meeting. That came through social proof. That came through referral marketing. Someone you hold in great esteem tells you about the organization. The integrity of the person sells you the product already. We should find ways to leverage on such. Now, you also see there that say tools and resources. Now, what are the tools that we would use to speak to these people? Some, they're demographics you'd want to reach out to, and by the time you keep promoting on maybe your WhatsApp page, as the previous speaker did say, all I mentioned, that if you put messages on just the WhatsApp page and statuses, most people don't see it. Why? Because they are part of a lot of groups on their WhatsApp that they mute you. So your messages come, they don't see it. Other messages come, and before you know it, it's missing, is lost in the rubbles. If you know a place they would go to quite often, meet them there. The Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas, TikTok, you'll catch them there definitely. Insta, you'll catch them there. What do they call the other one? We have the Gen Zs in the house. The FaceTime, yeah, you'd find them there. But if you try to find the Gen Alphas in Facebook, oh, it's difficult to have them there. So based on your focus, you know where to meet the people you want. If you would see how Toastmasters spreads these different groups, that it makes it easy for you. If you pick a group and understand the common goal of such group, you make it find it easy to target your marketing. Next slide, please. So you could see there, it is said, how do you align your marketing with prospective member goals? How do you develop strategies for compelling communication with prospective members? And what have you identified the right tools to use to get these people on board with you? Now, Toastmaster John, are we going to have the breakout session now so I could tell them what to expect? Are you ready for the breakout session?
It's up to you, sir.
Okay, so let's keep this first breakout session. Then we do the last one. We are supposed to have 2 breakout sessions. So I'll merge the 2 to 1, right? So let's just keep going for proper time management. Now, if your message starts with, there are people who come to you and says, this is what Toastmaster does. This is what we do in Toastmasters. This is what we do in Toastmasters. Most times the people don't pay attention to you. But if you start with what they want, you win their attention. There's a saying that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So when you care about their wants and needs and feelings, that's where you nail them. What are their fears? How can you use Toastmasters to assuage their fears? So you could see in Toastmasters' first speech, the icebreaker, part of the objective is how can you leverage Toastmasters to achieve your goals, right? So you most of the time find out that in the icebreaker speech, people make references that, oh, Toastmasters, I believe that being in this organization will help me fight my fear of public speaking, will help me network, will help me speak fluently. They have various reasons, and that gives you an opportunity to know what is the goal of that person, and you begin to tailor your marketing with that person towards that niche, right? So next slide. Now, the question is, what would we actually call effective marketing, right? One would say, okay, I'd like to ask the question. In this case, marketing, what would we call effective marketing, effective messaging? Someone? Anyone? Okay, Ayobami, up again. All right, you have the floor. Ayobami, I can't hear you. Okay, Toastmaster enable when the floor is yours.
Thank you very kindly for the opportunity. I think effective marketing is the act of buying and selling in an effective way. Thereby, you get to your clients, your prospective clients, you turn them to being your customer. So I think that's effective marketing.
Okay, so hold it there. Okay, it's good that you mentioned marketing there, but it's nice and your perspective is quite interesting. However, what I needed was effective messaging in marketing. So do you want to give that a try as well?
Effective messaging in marketing.
Yes.
I think it has to do with being intentional about your product and services you're offering to your client. You do a follow-up. You listed 10 things that has to do with marketing. All of that has to come into play. So I think that's effective messaging in marketing.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Now, I'd like someone to tell me why he joined Toastmasters. Why did you join Toastmasters? Anyone? Come on. All right. Toastmasters a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you. Been an amazing session so far. For me, the reason why I joined Toastmasters was because I knew that I had a need. I had a problem that needed to be solved, and that problem was speaking in public. I knew that it was a strong deficiency, and being who I was or who I am someone that I don't struggle to get attention. It comes to me, and then sustaining that attention becomes a problem. And so I knew that I really needed to up my public speaking game because I always had opportunities to do that. That was why I joined Toastmasters.
Interesting. Great one. All right,
Toastmasters,
your hand was up.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I joined Toastmasters because I needed to improve my public speaking skills and also to improve my leadership skills as well.
Public speaking and leadership, great. All right, Madam Chata, Regal, President.
Thank you very kindly, mentor of mentors. I joined Toastmasters to sharpen my public speaking skill and also to build my self-confidence to enhance leadership skills through different ways, like practicing and being mentored by Toastmasters.
Leadership, being mentored, and communication. All right. Toastmaster John, please can you take the slide all the way down by 3 slides to crafting the message activity instruction? Where you have the chart. Yes. Excellent. So if you zoom into this chart, you'll find out that these are reasons people opted to be part of Toastmasters, right? So the activity we're supposed to do was, after joining the team in a small group, you select a goal that your group believes represents a popular goal for your members, for members of your club, right? Select a theme or select a goal that your group believes represents a popular goal for members of your club. And the goals range from building confidence for public speaking, which everyone that spoke, responded, mentioned that. Becoming a more effective public speaker, that was a bit. Now, you could see the likes of prepare for specific speech I will have to give. You barely see that happen. People don't come to Toastmasters. Not many people come to Toastmasters and say, okay, I have this particular speech and I want to become a Toastmaster because of this particular speech. But they do have that in mind at some point. You also see develop motivation strategies that could be part of leadership, network with others, build social connections, increase fluency, and build professional goals, improve leadership skills. You could see that's about 10.37%. Most of the respondents said something about leadership skills, improve presentation skills. So you could see these are the goals. Now, the activity there would be pick a goal you feel that your club, most people in your club are there because of that goal. Pick it, write it down, and as we continue in this journey, you would see how we will match the things, their reason for being there, and who they are to achieve the right marketing strategy for them, or the right marketing message for them. Next slide, please. So it is said that great marketing communicates value delivered and not activities performed. Great marketing communicates value delivered and not activities performed. So when you're doing it, think of what value am I giving the person? You may actually tell someone about leadership, but the person is interested in communication. You may tell someone about communication, but the person is interested in leadership. I had a member of your premier speakers one time, back then when we had the 2 ladders running side by side, the leadership communicate, the leadership, competent leadership manual and the competent communication manual. This young man focused more on the leadership than he did with the communication.
After 20 minutes of the change.
Please, can you all mute your mics? Thank you. Now, he focused more on the leadership than the communication. While the rest of us were pursuing communication, we're looking out to speak every month, but he was playing roles every month. At the end of it, he earned the most role played for the year, Toastmasters year, while most of us were still trying to get our feet on certain roles. Meanwhile, he must have played Toastmaster of the Day countless times in that year and so on. So it shows that he came for a reason and he had to focus on his goals to achieve it. Next slide. Move all the way to speaking to prospective members. Yeah. Speaking to prospective members. Now, what is the one thing you learned from this decision that you will implement in your club now? Not now. Let's push that aside. Let's put that aside. The next slide, please. No. Go to speaking to prospective members, where you have the image of the lady with the laptop. Backwards, yeah. Back it up. Excellent, there. All right. Now, when you meet a prospect in Toastmasters, how do you sell the idea to the person? I'd like people to volunteer here and try. Give it a shot. How do you sell Toastmasters to people? Someone has to come up, tell me.
Hello, Toastmaster Ubong. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. So if I had the opportunity to sell Toastmasters to anyone, I would first of all use myself as an example. And I could actually begin with a story and tell them of how, maybe create a scenario where I needed to speak and I felt afraid, but then again, I had to do it. I got a feedback and decided to join a club. And now I can say that I'm, very confident. Or if not that kind of scenario, I have always been a speaker. But one thing that I've missed would be speaking confidently. Sometimes, in fact, I've had somebody advise me, there's a way you will say rubbish, but you will say it confidently that you will confuse whoever you are talking to. And that was in the case of interviews. So I gained confidence while speaking, while being a good speaker in Toastmasters or as a Toastmaster. So I could start, that way. And then first of all, the person sees the value, and hearing me speak, you know that there's an evidence. And then I go ahead to tell you, including my leadership skills. I just use myself as an example to sell Toastmasters. A lot of us buy things with word of mouth referrals and experiences. So using myself as an example will be the easiest way for me to, sell Toastmasters and let them know what is in need for them, which would include connection, meeting good people, sharpening your public speaking skills or your speaking skills. Let's leave the public now, your speaking skills, and then your leadership skills, being guided by projects and pathway. So these are the things that I would, summarize when I want to sell Toastmasters to someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica. Yeah, when you personal story, anecdotes do help bring people to the organization. Yes, a lot. I know how many of my anecdotes have gotten people to get curious to know, does this kind of place really exist? But the other question is, what if the person is not just interested in communication? Yes. And you're telling the person how your communication skills have improved. He's not interested. So how would you get to know how to sell to the person? Someone, before I let the cat out of the bag. All right, Olem,
Yeah, thanks, Toastmaster Obong. So for me, I don't think I want to speak directly to the question you just asked now, but something I tried doing and I thought it has worked over the period is I try to be very conversant with the projects that are in each of the levels. And so the ones that are not exactly bespoke to just communicating. And when I'm speaking with a prospect and they're asking what's in it for me, and I mean, beyond public speaking, what else can I get from this? I start saying things like, oh, you have projects that teach you how to connect with an audience, that teach you how to manage difficult people, that teaches you, we start deviating from the conventional things. So if you're into branding, right? You say you wanted to do branding. Yeah, we have a full project on PR and on branding. I would go, and then to level 5, I talk about how you have key projects in project management, team building, the whole works.
Yeah.
People start wondering, they're like, is all of these things inside one place? Because I then find that beyond wanting to improve public speaking, a lot of people struggle with giving feedback as well. And this is
Great.
very common with people
Excellent.
people who are in advanced levels, like management levels. They struggle with giving constructive feedback. So I'll just be like, this is the one place where you learn to give feedback in a way that makes you feel good about yourself and also helps somebody to grow. So these are the things you want to look at. So for me, that's the technique beyond the generic public speaking.
Excellent, Olem.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see, before I summarize it, I see Kayo, Toastmaster Team Kayo. Koya. You have the floor, Koya. Tell me.
Okay, yeah, Toastmaster Olem hits the nail on the head. I'm just going to give a little more context to it. It's very important you know your stuff, all the different dimensions of value that Toastmaster will add. But before you engage a prospective member, you need to also understand what the member needs. This whole sell me a pen story. I mean, what do you do when someone says, sell me a pen? You don't just go around talking about the amazing things the pen will do. You need to understand what the person needs a pen for and how the pen you're selling would meet those needs. So yes, know your stuff, but also, have the conversation. What is the person looking for? And then you can match value to need, and it's easier that way.
Do you know? Yes, you're right, Koya. That's excellent. Toastmasters is a brand that you don't sell hawking it on the streets. It's not like Akara that you say, Akara bread, ching ching, moi moi, buy two, get one free, Toastmasters delivers value. So you need to see where the audience, the prospect, the lead lacks in that value system. And the feedback you give the person is what brings the person to Toastmasters. So if you see that, like Olem mentioned HR, if the person is not good at managing people, you say, oh, do you know that in Toastmasters, we have a pathway on motivational strategies that could help you manage people right? Do you know that we have, if someone is bad at handling projects, you could say, oh, we have a project in Toastmasters that will help you become a better project manager. If someone doesn't have the skill of addressing a crowd, you could say, oh, I see how you really try to talk to us out there. Nevertheless, have you heard of Toastmasters? Say, what does that have to do with me? Say, oh, you see, Toastmasters presents an opportunity where you could learn how to speak in the public. It gives you tips and techniques of how to conquer your fright of speaking in the public. The person will be interested. But for that person, if you went and mentioned leadership, that's not his concern. So you sell what the person needs at that moment to the person. Through feedback, identifying what the gap is and using the prospectus we have in Toastmasters to sell to that person. Right. So next slide. And you could see skip the activities. Next one. Excellent. So you could see here, member personas. We have different personas. Kuya, you want to say something? Your hand is up. Okay. So you could, if you have a club that is filled with students, let's say university students, what will likely be your challenge moving ahead? Tell me. Someone should tell me.
Due payments.
Excelente. Yes. You would have problems with payment, definitely, because they may not have that money to renew. They may, out of excitement, make that first payment, but renewal may be some form of difficulty. So how about the early career enthusiast? Might be the same thing. Those ones may come just for a period. When they get what they want, they leave. And they have different needs. Remember, they have different needs. The striving associate, like the ones all talked about, who want to manage projects to get to the top and become bosses, what do you sell to them? The social professionals, the bosses who cannot manage his people, what do you sell to them? The confident leader, someone who is very confident, but at times great leader, but doesn't have emotional intelligence. What do you sell to him? The successful leader, how do you get them to become part of Toastmasters? For successful leaders, you could look at saying, oh, fine, there is networking here. You'll meet lots of other successful leaders that you could build an empire together. So you have the retirees. What do you sell to them? When people retire, what they want is people around them. So you tell to them the idea of a community, that they have people around them to share their joy and their sad moments. That alone brings them in. The retirees, you also need to know their level of activities. In the club, please, you have to mute yourself, Ajao. Thank you. You need to also realize their level of activities in the club. The students will likely be the Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, who will be all interested in creating that content. So they do it effortlessly. That is also value that they're bringing to you. They create branding contents and share it out there effortlessly. So you also need them, but what do you sell to them? This is where you also do, someone had mentioned outside meeting room activities to attract them, or tweaking your meeting activities to accommodate them, right? So all of that is part of knowing how to reach out to them. Because you know that the same message does not work for everyone. Marketing improves when we choose who we are talking to and what we say to them. Right. Now, let's look at next slide. Okay. Moment, please. All right. Move all the way to tools and resources. Skip all the way to tools and resources. Because we're skipping the breakout session. Yeah, excellent. Now, I want you to know that there are different tools we could use in marketing Toastmasters. And I would like to ask someone here, what are the tools you've used in your club that has been viable and efficient for you? Anyone? What are the tools you've used in your club presently or in the past that have been viable? Anyone? Come on, guys. My time is ticking away.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, what are the tools and resources you use to create effective, what are the viable tools and resources you use to market your club presently or in the past? Okay, Toastmaster Inform, go ahead.
I think for me, what has really worked is social media. And then the contents, pictures and videos, clips from events.
Okay, okay. So which arm of social media?
WhatsApp status, Facebook stories, Instagram stories. Yeah.
Okay, nice
All
one.
of that.
Someone said in the group chat, broadcasting, WhatsApp broadcast messaging, yeah. Have you realized that we seldom in Toastmasters we don't go to the media houses to say, this is what Toastmasters can do for you. We barely do jingles for Toastmasters except we have a big event coming up. Do we? We only advertise when we have a meeting coming up. We only advertise on Facebook, or we only post content on Facebook when we have a meeting coming up. We put up the flyer, and when it's done, so most clubs don't even share the videos or the pictures of what transpired in the meeting. Let people see that they missed a lot. So next time, they'll be excited to join the meeting. Toastmaster John on Mia, your hand is up. You want to share?
No, that was for the timing.
Okay, good. Okay, I've said it. Yellow. Now, we could see that we have different tools like WhatsApp, LinkedIn, flyers, guest follow-up emails, open house event.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Just as in info, you said something. Yeah. Yes, Olem said, my wife for joining Toastmasters video. Excellent. That is a good sell, because your wife for joining Toastmasters would tell of the niche or something that was missing, and how that was the value you got that filled that up. So when you share it, some other person may have the same thing missing in his life, the same value, and would come for it. So we could also use that. Now, what I want us to do is pick up that messaging. Remember the chat we saw? That niche messaging. What's the reason you think people join Toastmasters? Most people join Toastmasters in your club. Now, choose the persona. What group of people do you want to come to your club? And choose a certain tool or resource to market channel to market them. Bring the three together and share. So it's more like I choose the message that most people come to Toastmasters for the purpose of communication. And I choose the people who are striving leaders. Yeah. Let me see. Striving associates who want to upgrade or want to upscale their positions into becoming social professionals or top leaders or CEOs. So the striving associate who wants to become partners in a firm. Now, what medium do I market to them? So you find out that for those people, if their challenge is communication, what medium would you use to market to them? How do you sell it to them? Now, all you need to do is just write that out, and in your next meetings, discuss with members of your team on where you would find these people and sell the idea of Toastmasters to them. If you're looking at students, what do students want? It could be networking. It could be the camaraderie of having people around them, having events. So you sell open, what do they call it? Open sessions to them. Maybe speechcraft sessions where there is fun, is not that regimented. They may love it. You sell that idea to them. The main thing is get them to sample what we do. Get them to sample what we do, and after a while, they become conversant with the rest of the things. At times, when you go to a supermarket, you may go to buy one thing, but because of the way they have displayed the things across the shelf, you may have interest in getting more than just what you went there for. We all have goals of why we join Toastmasters. When you speak to the person and you get to know why the person joined Toastmasters, you can tailor the person's growth in Toastmasters to meet his goal. And by the time the person acts as a social proof or giving testimony on how Toastmasters has turned his life around, that becomes referral to the others, making up the other marketing activities that you have to do. When you go out there and you create impact by maybe doing community services and the news carries it, that is a form of PR that helps spread Toastmasters. When you put Toastmasters in a position that it delivers great content, value, you've created a brand that people would want to identify with. That is great marketing. When you ensure that the members you have renew effortlessly by making sure that they get value for their money, that's retention, part of marketing. When you sell someone the idea that the person sees that this is what I requested and this is what I got, the person will always renew. And when you make stakeholders retain Toastmasters, ensure that come rain, come shine, missing a Toastmasters meeting is like a part of their day is not achieved. A part of the goals of their day is missing. That's when you know that you have intentionally brought together activities in the club to ensure that people renew return, refer, and ultimately remain Toastmasters. Thank you very much. And any questions, please? Do I have any question? None? Okay. So I want to know that before I leave, that marketing is not about convincing people to join Toastmasters. It may be part of it, but not solely it. It is about clearly showing them the person they want to be. We all have that person that we want to become. And if you can clearly dot the lines to do that goal for me, I hitch a ride with you all the way. Once again, I say thank you for the opportunity to present in this session. And I hope that we will get out there and become the great marketers, advocates of Toastmasters, because we are living proof of the value it has impacted us. Thank you, John, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Ubong. Fellow leaders, I don't think I'm appreciating the number of reaction buttons being used in this session. Please, can we appreciate him? Let's appreciate him. I'm a patient man. I'm at home. I can hear my lovely wife's voice, my children's voice. So I'm not rushing anywhere. Let's appreciate him properly. Use the chat box if you feel more comfortable doing that. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Ubong. That's the third session. I've dropped the feedback form link in the chat. Please, let's take the time to fill the form so that you can help us give you better trainings, things that meet your requirements, as well as help the facilitators improve. It's better that you give the feedback now while it's still fresh in your head. We are having our final comfort break, 5 minutes. When we come back, once again, somebody has the opportunity to win credit of 2,500 Naira. And because we're Toastmasters, I know for most of us, it doesn't mean anything. But for those that it means something, can come back quickly, answer the question, and then win it. Take your time now, go and use your restroom, grab some water, grab a snack, and come and enjoy the final session today. We are almost done. And if you've not filled the attendance form, please send a message in the chat so we can drop it again. 5 minutes starting now, please. Fellow Toastmasters and leaders, our 5-minute break is over. Let us return back to go through this final stretch. I hope we've been getting value, and most importantly, that we're already planning action steps to take. Now I have for us another easy riddle to win 2,500 Naira credits. Fastest fingers. Madam PQD, please, I need your eyes to let me know which one was the fastest response for today. Here's the question. I am tall when I am young, and I am short when I am old. What am I? I am tall when I am young. Oh, my word.
Oh, that's quick.
What on earth? What on earth was that? I barely finished the last sentence and you typed your answer. Please, can we put our hands together for Toastmaster Finn? Whether we are celebrating her or we are envious or jealous, just put an emoji there to celebrate. I don't understand what was going on. Okay. and there are other responses as well. Toastmaster Finn, please drop your number in the chat as well as your service provider so we can send it to you while the final training session is going on. Please put down your number and your service provider and we'll send you the 2,500. I don't think we should be doing this type of games here. I think people here are too brilliant. Madam PQD, you need to make questions harder, please. They
They're
should not
too
happen.
smart. Yeah.
Honestly, that was ridiculous. Well, I've been told that it's important you go into rooms where you're the dumbest person in the room. If that's the case, I guess I found myself in the right room today because these are a brilliant, brilliant crop of people. Dear Toastmasters, diving into our final training session for today, it is my pleasure to introduce our trainer. Our trainer for this afternoon, handling the fourth training for today, is an architect and project manager who believes in personal development and people-oriented leadership. He is a built environment consultant and project lead at Mati Edge Projects Limited. He is the immediate past president of Uyo Premier Speakers Toastmasters Club and currently serving as Area 18 Director. As one who believes in the beauty and serenity of nature, he believes that nature is the purest portal to inner peace. He loves to play tennis and watch combat sports. Fellow Toastmasters, dear leaders, with a virtual round of applause, welcome Toastmaster Edidion Jimmy. Toastmaster Jimmy, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster John Onomia. I like to call you the beautiful Toastmaster John Onomia. Thank you. I said earlier that you will have to cut up for us on how you do great things while being so calm. Thank you very much for the warm introduction and confirm you can hear me, please.
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters and leaders. I want to hear someone tell me good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. It's good to hear from you. I want to acknowledge that you are great people. Having stayed from morning on a Saturday when some people should be resting, having held on since morning till now, I want to say thank you for doing this. You're not just doing it for you, but for the people you're leading. Thank you so much. Toastmaster John, you may allow me to share my screen. Do I have the permission?
Yes, you do, please.
Okay. Kindly confirm my screen is here.
We can see your screen.
Okay, What can you see, please?
You are not fully sharing your slide now. We can see the main slide on the right and the others on the left. Building on achievement for continued success.
Okay. Am I sharing it full now?
Not at my end yet. I don't think you have done that.
Right.
It's not yet on slideshow, so maybe you just use the slideshow tab at the bottom right corner, I think. Sorry, left. Is it right? That's right, please. Sorry.
Exactly.
No, go down, go down.
Okay.
Your cursor is up from what I can see. You can go down.
Yeah.
Or is it frozen?
Okay. Is it up now?
No, it is not. Go down, please. I see your cursor. Maybe it's delayed at my end. All right. Someone has suggested just use F5. See if that works for you.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry for that break in transmission.
It's okay,
right.
sir. That's why we're here, Toastmasters to learn.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters and leaders, we'll be talking about building on achievements for continued success. Building on achievements for continued success. The purpose of this training is to resolve challenges faced by club leaders relating to club success by reviewing the current club success plan and drawing upon best practices. Before now, other facilitators have shared a lot of resources with us. The first facilitator talked more about club success, talked about moment of truth, talked about club success plan, how they help us in Toastmasters to do our bits. So this will be more of an interactive session where we share, because what I'm going to share are things most of you know, things you've used, things you've practiced with, but I'm not oblivious of the fact that there are lots of leaders or club officers who just joined Toastmasters, who just joined the leadership team barely 6 months into their joining Toastmasters. So you will agree with me that sometimes some of these people struggle to understand what the moment of truth, struggle to understand club success plan. There are things you say to them and man, it's like, what are you saying? But I believe when we have training like this, we have an opportunity to get to know better and do better. So the objective of this is to identify and describe key elements of moments of truth and how to apply them. Toastmaster Follow has highlighted them and did justice to that, but we will look a bit into how we can apply them. I know we've been on it for 8 months now. We'll check how we fit and what is left to do. So we'll look at how we can identify and describe key elements of moment of truth and how to apply them. Look at how to evaluate the current status of our clubs, or the current status of the club success plan and how it applies to our DCP, our Distinguished Club Program. We are also going to construct a list of challenges and opportunities and discuss best practices to pursue them. Too well to be on guard for me, because we'll have things to document as we go on the call. We will ask questions and people will share their views, what they have done, what they are yet to do. So I would like that at the end of the day, we have a list of challenges and possible opportunities on how to do things better. There's this quote by Bill Johnson that the best way to honor accomplishments is by building on top of their breakthroughs. For emphasis, the best way to honor accomplishments is by building on top of their breakthroughs. So it will be very unfortunate that we built a strong club, or we built a club that is standing on their 2 feet, and another set comes in and everything goes down the drain, or may not go down the drain, but you just see that things are not working the way they should be working. So to do this, to be able to build on past glory, to be able to build on past achievements, Toastmasters has curated Moments of Truth for us, has curated Club Success Plan for us, and has given us the leverage, the opportunity to once in a while come together and share best practices, share the things we can do, because a lot of people here, a lot of club officers, presidents, vice presidents, education, they have done this thing and they have succeeded. In fact, some of them even excelled more than Toastmasters International expected. So an opportunity like this comes when we can share for those who have done well, for those who are coming up to really learn. So I would like to say, when we talk about moment of truth, what do you really understand by moment of truth? I will like someone to say something about that. I'd like someone to say something about that. Why is moment of truth important? I expect that we all know what we call moment of truth because we are club officers. So why is it important in Toastmasters? Someone can unmute and speak. Can someone go? Anyone? Why is it important? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. All right. Do I need to call someone? Can I call somebody? Okay, let me call Anthony Edeha, if you can hear me. Ayatollah, would you want to share?
You have a hand.
Repeat the question.
Okay, why is moment of truth important, Toastmasters? Okay, I can see a hand there. Please go ahead. Unmute, please.
I can go.
All right, please.
Just
Go
for
ahead.
time. Yes. I think, and I can also just share mine because I was trying to. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toastmaster Ejeng. Yes, I was trying to get one of our newer members to sign up for the international public speaking competition, and I shared with them my moment of truth of competing at a certain level and realizing just how much potential exists out there when it comes to public speaking, and how it goes beyond the club level. And that moment of truth for me is why I remain a member and keep growing as a speaker. And so I think moments of truths are, I think they are specific and they are unique, and there's a conviction I think that you get when you've had your own moment of truth that you can now share with other people and inspire them. So I think it's crucial that ideally at some point early on in your Toastmasters, you have at least one of those, because that is what will allow you to stay a Toastmaster and keep growing as a speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said specific, it's unique. Okay, so I want to ask, out of the 6 items on moments of truth, which one stands out for you the most? Oh, you're gone? Okay, I would have loved to know which one stands out for you the most. But Toastmasters tells us that moment of truth is an episode where a person comes in contact with any aspect of Toastmasters experience and forms an impression of the club's quality and service, and went on to tell us about first impression, about membership orientation, about fellowship variety and communication, about program planning, about membership strength, and of course, achievement of recognition. Now, these 6 things are things that if we as club officers really take pains to ensure that they are ticked as boxes, we will have very, very settled team or very, very settled club. But I also understand the fact that sometimes things happen to knock us off. That we came in with all the plans, all the energy that we will do this, we will do 10 over 10, we will do 20 members when President Distinguished needed 20, or I will do 25 to hit this medley button. But sometimes you are knocked off. Maybe something along the way that you did not expect. And that's one of the reasons I'm here. I don't want you to feel like, mine is really bad, because it happens to almost all the clubs. Sometimes you had all your things planned out, you had your club success plan sorted, but along the way, you discover that you cannot meet those targets. Okay? I don't know if it has happened to someone before. Any presidents or past presidents, you've had this experience before. Can you share with us? Really seems I'm alone. Any presidents, any past presidents, you have had your team well planned out or your tenure well planned out, and along the line, things happened that seem to knock you off. Can you share an experience with us? Oh, okay, let me call Oloshala. Can you share with us? This one's Oloshala. Or Toastmaster Pamela. I know you've been a president before. Have you had such experience? Toastmaster Numia, confirm I'm audible, please.
Okay.
You're audible, sir.
Okay. Please go ahead, Toastmaster Pan.
All right, please repeat your question one more time.
Okay. Maybe as a president, you have had your tenure planned out. You had promising things you wrote down. I will hit this button at this point. I will do this at this point. I will, in 4 months, in 6 months, I'll do my 10/10. And along the line, something knocked you off. Have you had such experience?
Oh, yes, definitely.
So what was it for you? Let us hear.
Okay, so at the beginning of the tenure, at the time we had planned out, we already had our club success plan. We already knew who was going to be giving us setting educational goals and all that. And we actually were on track. But suddenly, you know, life happens, people get involved in other things. They either don't show up for meetings, or you end up have to fill out your meeting roles with maybe speeches from other clubs. That means you don't meet with the minimum or those numbers you have set out at the beginning, right? So navigating that period was quite difficult because people will show up when they are available or if they are motivated to. So navigating it just meant that we had to reset our goals, reset our realities, and find ways to just make do with the people who are available at the time. So people will make commitments, but it turned out that because of, you know, life happening and whatever was going on at the period, they weren't able to keep to those commitments, and that also affected the club in some way. So that's my personal experience, but we're still able to find ways to make it work by, you know, putting people back on track. But it just was a really hard line to walk through because it wasn't what was initially planned.
Thank you very much. People made commitments, and along the line, life happened and they fell on the way and had to retake. Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone else has personal experience, maybe in your club as a Toastmaster? I want real life personal experiences. Any other president or past president? Okay, Tiamolem, please go ahead.
Maybe just to lend or add some information to what Toastmaster Pams had shared. I think for me, what I found out as a president and maybe a VP was your plans are your plans on paper. They never really go as planned. And so in putting together your CSP, you actually have to think of a plan B. Yeah, you have to think of a plan B, because I've had, in 2 tenures, I have witnessed someone who was at the last project of a level to help the club achieve a DCP point and did not come through. We had to follow up with someone else who had not even started that level at all to, you know, help us deliver that. So when we put plans to paper, we should just bear in mind that because of the unique nature of the volunteer organization, you can't force people to do things. You can't threaten people to do. There are no consequences. That's what I say. There are no consequences for not showing up. And for that reason, you have to be creative. You have to find tactful ways to get people to visit the lectern. So yeah, I've had targets that were not met when I set them, eventually got achieved. But just think about if I had to persuade someone to give just 1 speech versus giving 4 or 5 speeches, that's even much more work and more time to get to your finish line. But yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please stay on. I want to ask a question. Do you think that the content of what we do in Moments of Truth, do you think they can help the club in any way to balance out whatever it is you hit on the road and maybe find a subtle or a soft landing. Do you think the content of Moment of Truth can help?
I think it does help in the planning. In the execution, I think other factors come to play. So for instance, there isn't anywhere in a Toastmasters manual where you're taught how to manage the psychology of people, right? And that's key in managing people. So while the Moments of Truth generally would help us with the foundations that we need in drafting the plan itself. So you have an idea of, okay, when I look at my club, this is where my strengths lie. These are where my strengths lie, rather. These are where we have gaps. And so we should prioritize in the club success plan on how to close those gaps. In the people management component of it, there isn't much that clearly speaks to that other side. And that's where we struggle. So everybody then comes back and says, this is not my reality. Let's go back to the dashboard and see if we can have a more practical club success plan. And in some instances, it's not very palatable because rather than have majority of the club members come through to deliver on what you need as a club, you have just few people doing that. And in my head, I'm saying, where is the value for the money paid and the time spent?
Thank you very much. Trust me, this is not in just one club. This, I have spoken to presidents, maybe in my capacity as area director. The presidents I work with, I've spoken to them, and most of them have similar issues, similar challenges. You know, when they have planned, their first impression, they will ensure that everyone is okay, membership orientation, they do well, fellowship, variety, communication, the planning. In fact, they try as much as possible to drive membership strength and still meet some roadblocks. It's not peculiar to one club, but I believe that there are things we can apply, maybe yet more, to make us land better. So let's look at these things. When it happens like this, let's say your club is big on membership orientation, because it's not just about giving that first impression. When they now settle in, okay, I want to join, sometimes that's when some clubs have their limitations. Maybe they don't have enough mentors in the club to push people, to push members. And you see some people dragging back. So I want to hear from someone else, is there anything you've done after you saw this that worked for you? Apart from Timolem that said you need to have a plan B, is there anything you've done within this Moment of Truth, maybe by fostering membership strength, and it worked for you? Would you go, would you want to do? Madam President, is there anything you applied that worked for you after you tried that? This is Master AJ, would you go, AJ? Madam President, you're not with us. Okay, all right, let's move a bit and see going forward that each club relies on members and officers to accomplish their established goals. It's good to plan, but you need more energy after planning to execute. You know, they say if you fail to plan, you actually plan to fail. But even after planning, you need to stay on to do the needful for things to work. And we'd like to see that each club relies on members, relies on officers to accomplish their established goals. And there are multiple opportunities to deliver Moments of Truth. And by embracing moments of truth, members feel supported enough to take on tasks, to take on roles, to continue the development of the club, and to enhance the members' experience. So Toastmasters International, to me, revolves around members. Everything revolves around members. If there are no members, there will be no moment of truth. If there are no members, there will be no club success plan. In fact, you need members to deliver on your DCPs. We all know that. So members should be treated, with the best hands, because these are the people you need to achieve your goal. So we just need to go beyond the planning. We need to go beyond trying to mobilize members. We need to go deeper to even see to it that these members are okay, because sometimes somebody may not be in his or her right frame of mind for some reasons, but we need leaders who are passionate, leaders who care about their people. I know leaders will say, who cares about the leaders? But we need leaders who cares about the members to let these things run. So for the sake of time, I would like to step away from moment of truth. Maybe while we're wrapping up, we'll come back to that and talk about what Club Success Plan does for us. Because at the beginning of every tenure, we run our Club Success Plans. In fact, we do it as a group, as an ESCO. I don't know how many club does that. We do it as ESCO. We run our Club Success Plan and sit down, plan these things. I would like to know, how has it helped us? We know about Club Success Plan already. I don't want to. How has it helped us? And how has it impacted on what we are doing right now? Are we on track based on what the goals we set through our Club Success Plan? Or are we falling by the way? And sometimes we can't even find where our Club Success Plan is. So can someone talk to me? The Club Success Plan you put up, are we following through? Ziamfi, you want to say something?
Good afternoon. Well, yes, I can say something. For my club, Eagle Toastmasters Club, from the first day that the ESCO was put together, my president started talking about the club success plan and everything. So we started working on it from day one, and it's something that we've really followed through on. So absolutely, it's a governing resource for us at Eagles.
Oh, powerful. That's great. And you followed through successfully, right? Okay, so I want a sergeant at arms to speak. Toastmaster Donald. How was it, Donald? Have you seen your club success plan? And how far have you followed through with it? Toastmaster. Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Area Director. Yes, I have seen my club success plan. And we, as the exos of my club at the Your Premier Speakers Club, we are striving to attain them. And we go back to the drawing board at some intervals of our ESCO meetings to see how far we have gone. And for some of them that we have not been able
Or did we miss her?
I'm guessing her network.
Okay. Okay, from what I heard, that she has seen, they've been working with it, and for some that have not been able to meet, they're working towards doing it. So let me say that, in my opinion, the best way to approach the Club Success Plan in Toastmasters is to treat it as a collaborative document. Not just collaborative, as a living document. You know, sometimes we do Club Success Plan and we fold it and keep. Okay, they said we should submit Club Success Plan in September, in October. Okay, we have submitted. There are clubs that don't go back or don't revisit it. I know, and things on the way have tried to scatter what you planned, and you are now like, instead of going to Club Success Plan, let me find a way of wrapping this up. Let me find a way of doing this, even without going back to Club Success Plan. We have failed. But trust me, if you treat this as a living document, you see that, okay, you set a target of a month or 4 weeks, and you did not meet that target of 4 weeks. Toastmasters International expect that you go back to your Club Success Plan, just like a living document, and okay, edit it, put a new targeted date to deliver what you want to deliver. Trust me, it will help you track your progress more than leaving it to hand. So I think we should see it as a living document and a collaborative document. I believe that some clubs that, because of, okay, we need to submit it on time, the president will maybe put things to call a meeting, and maybe at the meeting they cannot do as much in the Club Success Plan. It has happened severally. And we say, okay, the president, go and do what you need to do on it, share it with the team, and we will go through it and give our notes where we need to keep, we give our notes. But trust me, sometimes the president will drop these things and members would, or club officers will not have time to go through it. And you will be shocked that there are club officers who have not seen their Club Success Plan up till now. I don't know if I'm lying, but from experience, I have seen that. You know, I have been a sergeant at arms, so at that time, I don't think I saw my Club Success Plan. Okay. Not that there were no opportunities for us to sit together and work through it together, but for some reasons, I never saw it. Maybe the blame was on me. So I believe it can happen to anybody. So as much as possible, we treat this as a collaborative document, because just like Toastmaster Olem said, when you draw up your plans as president, as VP, this is what I want to achieve. If the club officers and the members are not carried along, trust me, you're on your own, because you're the one that has the plan. You have the plans, you have it all sorted, but they may not be where you are. So you will need to do a lot of work to bring them up to speed with what you've put together and where you are. So the core elements of the Club Success Plan we're talking about are the educational goals, which has been highlighted in the course of the training, the membership goals, officers training and admin, just like we are doing here, then actionable strategies, moments of truth / member experience, and continuous monitoring. All these 6, there may be more, are the core elements of a typical club success plan. So you see that in a club success plan, I don't know, maybe I should share a sample of club success plan. Do I need to do that? Okay, for the sake of time, after maybe I'll share for those who have not seen. A typical club success plan has educational goals, which is about 6 goals out of 10, membership goals, which is about 2 goals out of 10, admin goals, which is 1, and training goal, which is 1. So you have 6 goals for educational, where you have to deliver level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 2 goals membership, which if you want to attend select distinguished, you have 5 out of the goals and your members intact. Or if you want to do president's distinguished, you have at least 9 out of the 10 goals. If you want to do Smedley, you do 10/10 and do 25 members. So that covers educational goals, covers membership goals. I know a lot of people have gone a long way with this already, but for those who are still striving to meet up their goals, it is not late. We still have 4 months for you to go back to your club success plan and see how you can reject it if you've missed anything along the way and come up with something stronger to push the club. So officers training, like we are doing here, this is the lowest hanging fruit that you can just plug a point standing on the ground, the easiest one. So the actionable strategies that we need to put in place after we are sorted out our club success plan, you don't just plan and go to sleep. Planning is one thing, action is another. In fact, the main thing. It's one thing to plan, it's another thing to take action and to take strategic actions. You see that because nobody expects it to be perfect. Toastmasters International does not expect it to be perfect. You set up one plan and you see it's not working. There's nothing wrong with changing it. In fact, Toastmasters does not say you have failed. We only say you've learned. So when you set up a plan and it looks like it's not working, take strategic actions. That's why you see us have plenty of meetings to check on you. That's why we have club coaches to check on club officers and see if we are on track. If we are not, we see how to come together and sort them out. The moment of truth should not be left unattended, because that's where the members or prospective members get to see what we do, get to appreciate what we do, and get to join in doing what we do. Then continuous monitoring, like we said. You need to monitor to get the best of how you want or what you want. And sometimes we've noticed that we make these plans and we make them ambiguous just for the sake of mission. Please, it should not be like that. In my opinion, we should try and make it as smart as possible. We try as make it as specific as possible. Not the fact that you know that you have 4 level 1 to deliver and you've not seen that prospect of delivering 4 level 1 within 1 month, and you drop it that, okay, level 1 will be delivered within 1 month. So we need to be strategic about it. We need to be specific. Just like setting smart goals, we measure it and ensure that it will work. We look at it, is what we are setting out, is it achievable? Is it relevant? Is it time bound? The time you're setting to achieve what you want to achieve, will you be able to achieve it? I have seen a club give themselves a target of first 100 days to do 9 goals, to do 8 goals, and they succeeded. I've also seen a club that gave themselves that target and they did not succeed. It is not that the one that succeeded, is the best. It's just that it worked for them. And maybe they had the strategies to monitor the plans they set. And maybe life did not happen to, to members of the club and they achieved what they had to achieve. So for those who have set these goals and did not achieve them, what should we do? I have said a lot, take them as my opinion. For those who have set goals, maybe in their club success plan, and were not able to achieve them, what should we do? At this point, we've gone 8 months. What should we do? What do you think are those peculiar things we should attract or we should attack to ensure that we land well? What do you think? Because trust me, there are some clubs that are still on 2 points. There are some clubs that are still on 1 point. There are some clubs that's the only points that takes for them is the training goals. There are some that are still on 2, on 3, and they want to do better. So what do you think? I want to hear from, don't be shy, from a club that is still trying to meet up the goal they set. Toastmaster Bob Iloka, do you want to speak? Mr. President, where are you? Where is your club now on your club success plan? And any strategies to do better? Toastmaster Iloka. Toastmaster Areta. Madam President, you want to go?
I'm with you, my AD. Please, can you ask the question again?
Okay. All right. You've set goals for through your club success plan, and it seems not to go the way you planned. Do you see it still working at the end of the day? And what are the things you think should be done? Or is there any help you need from the area, from the division, or from higher authorities?
You gave me the necessary help yesterday, so I think we are good to go. You have motivated us and you have given us the strategy to use, and we are on it, sir. Thank you very kindly, my AD.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else that wants to go? Toastmaster Yobami, want to speak to us? I need someone to talk. Toastmaster Abraham of Tutors and Trainers, I would like to hear from you. Don't be afraid to share where you are. That's why we are here. Oh, okay, Toastmaster Linus. Okay, let me take Monica. Monica, do you want to say something?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Okay,
hello?
Please go ahead.
Oh, so this is Mr. Linus. For Tech 10, we currently are 9/10 of our DCP points. I would say the most important or the biggest influence we had and the most important contributor to reaching these goals was the collaboration amongst the ESCO, and we did make substantial sacrifices in terms of time, in terms of following up with members, in terms of in terms of scheduling speakers, in terms of ensuring that we try as much as possible to encourage people to come and speak at the lectern and be ambassadors of the club. That also helped us to gain new members. And we keep following up with our potential prospects. So those were some of the strategies that we deployed. We also have a fantastic VP PR that has helped us with visuals, and social media outputs has been improving. And these are the metrics, or these are the factors that we had employed that has helped us get to where we are so far. So we've been fortunate to be at that level that we currently are.
Excellent. Well done, Team Pecten, for the work you've put in so far. So I'd like to hear from a club who is below 5 goals. Just speak to us. Toastmaster Oko Agada, are you on the call? Muted. Okay. Toastmaster Wede, do you want to speak for your club?
So I don't know exactly where we are because I'm currently not part of the ESCO, so I might not be able to give you exact information about where we are. But I know that as a club, we have a lot of room for improvement. I was just having a conversation with one of the ESCOs. I think that was 2 days ago. And clearly we've highlighted that we need to improve as a club to do better. We are working on that. The ESCOs, the current ESCOs, they are working on that. I, being someone who has held roles in the club in the past, I'm also working with them to ensure that we get the best that we can get as a club. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much.
Now, speaking for Garden City Toastmasters.
Okay, thank you very much. Toastmaster Olubunmi Ajao, sorry, VPE. I would like to hear what you have to say about Business School Netherlands. Because why I'm asking this question is okay, Toastmaster John, my time.
This is for the time, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so why I asked all these questions, I tried to get feelers from different clubs, is that we are at that point when we need to re-strategize. If the strategies we had in our club success plan is not working or are not working, we are at that point where we can strategize. So it will be very pertinent to hear. Then when we hear, we will know what to prefer as possible remedy to help us do better, to help us go further. But at this point, let me just add that it's good to plan. But for the clubs who are still seemingly backward, I would not want to say backward, who are still not where they ought to be, can we re-strategize? Can we call ourselves together and do a meeting? That's what I would like us to do. When you go back, call your team as president, as vice president, education, sit together, look at your club success plan again. What are the things we can reject? What are the things we can change? What are the things we can bring in to give us what we want? Who are the people that should deliver their project as soon as possible to help us meet our targets? I think that's one of the things we should do going forward. Then, if we look at what the goals we set and they were not strategic enough, I feel we should come together and see how we can be strategic about it. We also need to try to see how we can implement and how we can track and implement the ones we set, and we had all it takes to meet the goals, but we were not able to meet just because someone traveled or someone changed his job or someone was no more available to do what we plan to do. So we need to track, we need to see how we can implement the one we need to implement, and we need to engage the club members. Like I said, if the members are not in good place, if the members are not okay, there's so little that we can do. So as club leaders, I would like you to go back, see how best you can engage the club members. Go beyond just coming to deliver speeches or coming to deliver projects. See how you can get closer and see if they're in a good place. What is wrong? What support do you need? And trust me, as club president, as club executive, you have your immediate past president that is always ready to help. You have area directors that are always ready to help. You have the division director who is always on the spot to salvage any situation. I know clubs have different peculiar issues. I know of a club that they set all the plans and they mapped out what it will take them to meet their goals. But do you know that something as simple as meeting venue can destabilize a club? As simple as that can destabilize a club. And there are clubs who struggle with even Zoom accounts. The division is there. You can reach out to the area if you have challenges, with this to hold your meetings. And if at any point you need any help, please do well to reach out. We are here. The division is here to always hold your hands. Like I've said before that most of us in our roles are first timers in our roles. We are just in this role for the first time. Do not be too hard on yourself that I did not do this, I did not do that. You are in this role for the first time. It's not too late to deliver what you planned to deliver. No matter how bleak it looks, no matter how it looks, we are here to support you. So if there's any support you need as a club, that's how I want to end it. You may want to use the chat box and say it, or you can as well open up here. We have people who are here to help, people who have had these experiences, and they have something interesting that can help you push forward. Is there any particular challenge you have as a club? Every club has challenges or has a challenge or more. So do not say it's just me. So is there any particular challenge you have as a club? No matter how it is, no matter where it is, and you may share it on the chat, and you may want to speak up for us to hear. I expect to hear a lot of voices.
I would say one problem that my club still faces is ending on time. Thank you.
Okay, you ending meeting on time, is that what you mean?
Correct.
Ending club meetings on time, is that what you mean?
Yes, ending club meetings on time.
Oh. Okay. Is it that, are you there? I want to ask a few questions.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. is it that the programs are, do you feel the programs are always packed more than they should? And the
Correct.
time, oh, that's what you feel?
More than feel. I think it's a practice.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
maybe 4 speeches, table topics. So I think it's almost primed to go longer than it needs to. But we also are trying to get a lot of speakers in. But I worry about whether we're going to be compromising on the experience that other people have, since they have to wait, so long for the meeting. But yeah, thank you.
I think our facilitator may be having some network issues at the moment. In his absence, I'll go ahead and say, please, Master Nene, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very kindly for this opportunity. Please, my question has to do with achieving one of our goals. Example that has to do with getting new members or getting them to register. What is the problem? The major problem is getting that amount of dollar. In our meeting, we usually have up to 60 people attending our meeting. But how many people register at the end of the day? It's really, really a problem getting people to bring out that amount of money to register. It is the almost truth. Like I always ask, how can we help? Can we begin to speak out? Let the international headquarters know what we are facing. Or are they going to subsidize for Nigerians? Can it really happen? Because it starts with us. We have to start speaking out. We have to let them know what we are passing through to get like 4 people to register or 8 people to register. It is really, really a problem. I'm telling you that I spend my time to do evangelism on this course to meet up. Please. Oh, don't you face the same? Can you share your own with me? Tell me what you're going through.
Okay. That was more, the last sentence was more like what did they call that last line, that last sentence in a speech? A call to action. Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, I can see Valentine Obayi. Yeah, my time is
all right.
Toastmaster Obayi, yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for this productive session. My question is very related to this, should I say the second to the last lady who just spoke, and it was around meetings that are too long. And sometimes I really would like to, sometimes I suggest things that looks like Trump probably suggesting something to the media and just comes up and say, look, we need to probably cut down on some of the protocols or things that has been done over time. How do you bring in these suggestions? How do you, you know it's the right thing and you know it's going to work, but then how do you just cut in and just tell them, look, this is what we've got to do, without messing a lot of things at the same time?
Thank you very much. Okay, for some questions posted here, someone has talked about long meetings. I think 2 people have talked about that. And I think this is one of the things we even saw as nothing at this point. But because these issues have been raised, I would like the different clubs to look at this. Toastmaster John, we would like to, we would like the division team to maybe help us reach out to this club, see what it has been if the programs are too packed, we can find a way of reducing them to help respect people's time. And the issues of dues, I feel the division director is here. This has been raised several times because it revolves around membership. And if members are not able to do these dues, it will reduce membership stream. Someone has suggested instrumental payments. This is one of the things we've preached over some time. Okay. Some people are doing it and it's working. And for some people that are still saying, even with the instrumental payment is still high. So I believe the division team will look into this and see what they can do. Okay, let's say we are in our question and answer session. Toastmaster Fee, you want to say something? Please go ahead.
Yes, please, Toastmaster Eddie. Good afternoon to you and to everybody. I just wanted to make a comment on the question around membership. So I think it's important for every club to identify why membership is low. So if you look at your funnel, identify where the issue is coming from. The first question is, how many leads do you have coming in every week or every month? Is it that you don't have enough leads? So if you don't have enough leads, then the PR team needs to work on more publicity to bring more people in. Then the second bit is that maybe you have enough leads, but then they come into the meeting and they're not converting. It could be two things. One, they're not finding value in the meeting. So you need to then look at the quality of the meeting. Does the meeting start on time, end on time? Are there edifying speeches? What's the quality of the engagement? So one thing is to improve the quality of the meeting. Or is it that they're actually having a great time at the meeting, but then they tell you that it's funds? If it's funds, then as clubs, we can do two things. One of them is to actually retarget. So perhaps you're targeting the wrong audience. There are 200 million Nigerians, over 200 million. Many of them cannot afford Toastmasters fees, but a lot of them can. If you think about how much people pay to join clubs like Polo Club, Ikoyi Club, to have a nice Saturday out, trust me, there are millions of people that can still afford Toastmasters. So we need to then work with the VPPR team to make sure that the message is going out to the right audience. In parallel, I do agree with what you said. I'm a member of Chartered Institute of Marketing, for example, and we pay yearly fees in pounds, but they have a concession for certain countries, of which Nigeria is one of them. So if the Toastmasters Organization of Nigeria goes to lobby the international organization to say, hey, if you look at the valuation of our currency, this amount is becoming increasingly unattainable for the average Nigerian. Can we have a concession for certain countries? I want to believe that's possible. But in the interim, I think that if the challenge is affordability, it might be to work on better strategy to attract leads of a higher socioeconomic class that then have the spending power to pay. Some people are happy to pay $1,000 to be in the company of like-minded individuals, plus the ability to improve their speaking skills, communication. I think they're out there. We just need to find them, have the right strategy to find them. Thank you. And I wanted to say something regarding time management. I agree. I've gone to so many clubs and I find that almost every club struggles with time, but there's something that I've seen that helps. If everybody has the agenda and the agenda actually has the time, not just duration, because for example, today I played the role of table topics evaluator, and I looked at the agenda and I had to manually calculate what time I'm supposed to come on versus what time it is. A lot of people won't go through the discipline of doing that. So I think that our agendas can do with some improvement where you actually show your common time. So if my call time is 11:08 and it's already 11:30, I already know that I'm 22 minutes behind. So I then need to have the presence of mind to sort of wrap things up and say, okay, I can't take 5 table topics today. I'm only going to take 2. So I think having that on the agenda helps everybody, and keeping time is not just the timekeeper's job. I think the Toastmaster of the day, as well as some of the ESCOs, also need to keep an eye on that, especially when the agenda is clearly laid out, and it will really help to optimize the timing of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have attended a few that finish with 1 hour, but they're not in Nigeria. Okay, Toastmaster Ivy has also said that she has attended meeting that they do in 1 hour. Oh, okay, so Toastmaster Fee has highlighted 5 things we should do. So you identify membership, the kind of members, the crop of people you go for. You know, I know we want to reach out to everybody. We want people to come and enjoy what we are enjoying in Toastmasters. But when you identify, you try as much as possible to get to know if they will be able to do this. Since this is where we find ourselves, believing that maybe something will be done in the nearest future about the deals. So she also mentioned that because these are most of the things I also had as parting words, that we should look at the value of our meetings. This is part of our moment of truth. If your meeting does not give value, you may not be able to attract members. What speeches are you giving in your meeting? Are they edifying, just like the words she used? Retarget. If you're targeting a certain audience and it's not working, why not retarget if you have the opportunity to do that? Okay. Also suggested for meetings or for clubs that we overshoot our meeting time. This is still part of what Moment of Truth does for us. If you keep overshooting your meeting time consistently, then I don't think we are practicing the ethics or the core values of Toastmasters International. So we should use our agenda to track our time. I think when you join up the agenda, specify time for every role. When you see that that time is overshot for a particular role, you try to balance up with the next role, or try as much as possible to avoid people overshooting their time. Like she said, apart from timer, Toastmaster of the day should do that. But I don't think we should keep on overshooting our meeting time, no matter what we do. It does not go down with the values, with the core values of Toastmasters International. Okay, someone said, I would like to attend such a meeting online if possible. Okay, they want to end in an hour. Okay. All right. So yes, at this point, oh, okay, okay. I believe that Toastmaster we'll share it with you or with us next time she wants to attend. But these are things we can actually do. These are things we can actually achieve. We can actually achieve. Please, let's do as much as possible to adhere to a moment of truth. Do as much as possible to ensure that our club success plans are adhered. If they are not adhered up to date, see how you can follow up, restructure, replan, re-strategize, and ensure we do these things. These are things we can do. And whatever I cannot handle in terms of dues increase or decrease, the division will do that for us. Please, do we have any further questions?
We don't have time for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it's over to you.
Thank you so much. Fellow Toastmasters and leaders, please can we give our trainer, Toastmaster Jimmy, a virtual round of applause. I would like to see us use those reaction buttons. Thank you so much. Our leaders, I want to ask, and I want us to actually respond. Can you please look at the time and note that we are about 15 minutes away from concluding? How many of us are happy that we're finishing early? Can I see us use the reaction buttons? How many of us are happy that we are finishing early? Good. Good. As expected, when I planned this agenda, which I was the one that planned this agenda as well as the agenda for last week in Lagos for the physical session, if you take the time to go through the agenda, you'll see a lot of buffer, a lot of buffer. When I expect people to speak for 5 minutes, I'll put 10 minutes. In certain sessions, you see moderator 5 minutes, 5 minutes. We don't need all that time. But the thing is, it takes care of network issues, people showing up late. and many other things that will interrupt the flow of the meeting to almost guarantee 100% that we're finishing early. A few people, when they saw the agenda, they told me that why would I take up the entire time? Saturday, people are busy, they want to relax, they've had work the whole week. And my reasoning was, this comes in twice a year. Any suggestion you have, which is part of why I'm encouraging you, please fill those forms, the feedback form. Any suggestions you have to make us be better, we want those suggestions. However, it all starts from planning. One of the things we train on in our Friday role players training session is how to prepare your agenda, the focus being on time. Many of us do not know how to prepare our agenda. You send me your agenda now with about 95% accuracy minimum. I can tell you if you're going to stick to time or not, just based on what I see on the agenda. Many of us have no clue how to prepare the agenda. So it's prepared poorly. And if you prepare it poorly, what are you going to do to ensure you stick to time? So I would say that's the first thing amongst many others. So for VPEs or whoever prepares the agenda, please learn how to do it properly. Reach out to me and I'll help you know how to plan an agenda, focusing on planning with time that is available to you. People will appreciate if you end early. Let them grumble and complain about the time you've allotted and then finish early and they're excited versus you try and squeeze everything in. And despite loading your agenda, you end up still finishing 30 minutes, 1 hour late. It doesn't make sense. So I say it starts from learning how to plan properly. I'd like to appreciate every single one of us that made out the time to be here. At a certain point, we had over 80 people. I know we have some people from other divisions as well. Those of you that have stayed till this point, there are 59 devices connected here. Yes, some of us are tired. Some of us may be eating. Maybe some of us even napped. But I believe, hopefully, many of us got a lot of value being here. And I want to see it in those forms, the feedback forms. Very important. We're still going to give you feedback, or rather we'll send it to you in the WhatsApp group or via email because we want to hear your voices. It's been a pleasure serving in the capacity that I've served in, being the moderator today. I've had a blast. Thank you for all that participated and those that won the credits. Although, as I put in the chat, please do not use AI. Some of you are clearly using AI, considering how quickly you respond. Next time, we're not going to accept it. We'll use AI to catch you using AI. We know how this works. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome back someone that we could not afford to get here. For those of us that know about the speaking space, when you want someone good, you pay heavily for that person. It's only because we're Division D that we're able to get this person, not just once, but twice. Now he's coming to tell us about the district conference, and I highly encourage that we listen and most importantly, take action on what he tells us. With a virtual round of applause, let's welcome to inform us about this very important event, none other than Toastmaster Wede. Please, let's give him a virtual round of applause. Toastmaster Wede, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster John. For a moment, I didn't even know you were introducing me. I was wondering, but that's what you do, and it's only you that can do stuff like that. So good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters and dear guests. Toastmaster John, please confirm if you can share.
The Zoom master is sharing.
Oh, okay. Okay. So briefly, not to take our time, but I've come again to talk about the district conference. Speaking of Toastmasters Nigeria mobilization plan for the conference. I know a lot of us are new to Toastmasters. One of the reasons why we are also bringing this to the club officers training is based on the feedback that we have received, that the information regarding the conference is not being cascaded down to the club. So we thought that it would be nice to engage with the leaders of the various clubs to help in ensuring that this information gets to their club members. So if you go to the next slide, you would see just a brief overview of what the district conference is about. If this is your first time, I know a while ago someone was talking about them encouraging people in their clubs to attend other clubs to see how club meetings are held in their clubs, in other clubs. The district conference is that conference that affords you the opportunity to see what happens beyond your club. So for most people, their Toastmasters experience usually is limited to their club. But with the conference, it's not just about your club. You see what happens in the Toastmasters community. Currently, as we are all aware, I'm sure we're all aware, we are members of District 130. And District 130 includes over 12 countries and over 12 divisions. There are over 150 clubs. So if you are looking out to network, if you are looking out for opportunities to connect to members of other clubs, for Vice President Education, if you are looking out for opportunities to meet Toastmasters so that filling your role player slots is easier, then no better place to do that than the district conference. This year's district conference is going to be holding in Gabon. If you go to the next slide, you see some of the benefits of attending the district conference, like I shared. So there's the path of networking, there's the path of visibility for you as a Toastmasters. Then there's also the path of career and leadership impact. I know for past conference I've attended, there's usually sessions that are targeted to helping you hone your leadership and communication skills. I trust that this conference is not going to be different. Then the networking opportunities. Today, I can say that I know a lot of Toastmasters that I see virtually. And that has been because there are conferences that I attended in the past, such that it afforded me the opportunity to now put faces to the names I see on Zoom. So I'd want to encourage every one of us to attend this conference. Like I said, it's going to be holding in Gabon, May 21st to 23rd. But there's a twist to the conference. Because in Nigeria, we understand that there are a lot of people in Toastmasters, and Nigeria generally like Nigerians generally like to have fun. We have infused a fun part to the conference. So this conference, if you're attending this conference from Nigeria with the Toastmasters Nigeria delegates, you are not just going to be attending Gabon. You have an opportunity to also visit Kigali. So based on our knowledge that Nigerians generally would like to have fun, and a lot of people don't get the opportunity to vacation because of the commitment of work and other family activities, we thought it wise to infuse this path in the conference. So for the Nigerian delegates, we plan to leave Nigeria on the 17th, spend 2 nights in Kigali, where we'll have opportunity to safari and do all the fun things that tourists do in Kigali. And after which we'll proceed to Gabon. After the conference, we'll come back again to Kigali, spend a night, and then before we proceed to Nigeria. So it's really fun, and it's going to be coming at a token. If you go to the next slide, you would see details on the pricing. So the entire trip, as described, would cost within the region of 2.4 million naira. So that includes your conference registration, your visa fees, your flight ticket, your hotel accommodation, and tour package. As a group, we are still working to bring this price down. The price you see currently is for individuals. But some people have reached out to us to say, oh, we don't mind sharing accommodation, we don't mind doing all of that. So for certain, I can tell you that this price will further go down. That's why I'm here, to spread the gospel, because it is our goal to get at least 60 Nigerian delegates to attend this conference. Take note, we currently have about 25 people who have registered, so the slots are being filled quickly. I want to encourage every one of us to participate, to join the conference, to visit both countries, like I said. If you need further details, there's a WhatsApp group that is dedicated for the conference alone. You can drop your contact on the chat box and I would add you to the group. But beyond that, you can also reach out to me to give you more details. Thank you, and it's back to you, Toastmaster John.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Wede. Please can we give him a virtual round of applause? You see that the spots are filling up quickly. I'd like to encourage those of us that took a step back when we saw 2.4 million. If you're interested, start talking to people about how to make more money. I think one of the things I've noticed at Toastmasters is we don't really talk about money a lot. Collectively, there might be pockets of individuals that talk about that. Talk about Toastmasters or talk to Toastmasters about how to make money. And you'll be amazed about different opportunities. Please come with the idea of giving value, though, not just taking value. Come with the value you can give, and people will use their network to let you know, I think this person can do it. I think this person can do it. Please, let's do that. I also want to throw this out to everyone. On Friday, we're thinking of doing a training for speech contest. When we usually have the executive training, we're probably going to have a session there for some of the people that will be participating in speech contest. We might do for the speakers, and then on Saturday do for maybe contest chair and the chief judge, or we could flip it. Those interested, please keep an eye out for that. That will be next Friday, next Saturday, considering the season that we're in. Very important. Toastmaster Wede, please take notes. Someone wants to be added to the conference group, Toastmaster Nene. That is what happens when you share and properly communicate ideas. Now it's my pleasure to introduce someone that is going to be closing out this session. Fellow executives, fellow leaders, have we not done well? Please, can you put your hands together for the organizers of this? See the time we're finishing this. Please use those reaction buttons. Use those reaction buttons. And it would have not been possible without this woman. In fact, when I was asked to come and assist the Program Quality Directorate, I was not interested. I'm not a person that's interested in the name. I would rather serve in whatever capacity I can. I don't care about the title. But when I found out she was the one that was going to take the position of Program Quality Director, I was eager to serve. I asked her multiple times that she's sure she's the one that is going to do that. And recently, I found myself thinking, when I have business opportunities and I see that her skill can take care of those areas, she's essentially at the top of my list of who I reach out to come and help fulfill that. Because it is hard to get people that are dependable. I think most of us will agree with that. It's very difficult to get dependable people. This woman is as dependable as it gets. I thought she was dependable before I took up this role. In fact, my view of her has skyrocketed since I came into this position, to tell you how good she is. She is someone that loves adventure, climb mountains, ride motorcycles with her seemingly minute stature. If you see her, you would not know she's that type of person, but get to know her. She's been a past area director, current program quality director for Division D. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome to our screens to close out today's training session, Toastmaster Ibinabo Oyibo. Please can we welcome her properly in a manner befitting her heart, not her size. A daring heart. Over to you, Toastmaster Ibinabo. You see, she's already coming with the background telling us danger. We understand, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. This is better. I don't know why it was showing a red card. Thank you, Toastmaster John. I can't believe, like, I know people come on to say, oh, I can't believe that I was the one that has been described. But truly, when you started, I thought you were talking about someone else. And then I had the usual adventure biking. And I was like, okay, that's me. And I'm very happy to know that you decided to take up this role because of me. I'm actually honored. And I hope that you will also agree to serve in the next term as well. Thanks everyone. Did we all have a good time today? Please give me a 1 in the chat box and thumbs up as well if you did. I hope it was a good time well spent. Before I give my closing remarks, I have been told to share a video with you, and the video is on our dear conference. I know Toastmaster Kelvin came up earlier to talk about the conference, and he would very much like us to share this video with you. So please give me a moment while I pull up the video. Okay, looks like I have to open it first. Okay.
While Madam PQD is opening up the video, I want to remind us, please fill the forms. Fill the forms. We want the feedback. It's very, very important to us. It will help the trainings be better. Okay, the video is up. Please, let's watch. It's very short.
Okay. Okay. I hope we caught that. Should I replay it?
Yes, please. Just one more time.
Okay. Nice one. So that was the video. It's a lot shorter than we had last week. And just to take benefit of the time we have saved today, I will try not to keep us here much longer. But today would not have happened without Toastmaster John, of course, and the division director. In fact, when DTM Gimba suggested we had 2 training sessions, I was like, nope, we're not going to take 2 days out of people's times, both physical and virtual. But he was very concerned. Yeah, seriously, he was very concerned about our fellow members, our friends and colleagues in other states. And in fact, he wanted us to physically go to Port Harcourt and Uyo. I asked him to pay for my flight and that of Toastmaster John. And I was like, if the division is willing to take everybody's, pay for everyone, no problem, we would go to these places and actually hold the trainings. It's a good idea, but sadly, it's quite expensive traveling around Nigeria. But we hope that maybe next time for other events, we might be able to fill our purses and be able to travel across. I like to, Master John had alluded to earlier, the opportunities to make money. So instead of thinking of it being expensive, we should think of how am I going to fund this and what assets am I going to use to fund this. I'd like to thank all our dear leaders for spending our time here today. I know it's a lot to ask. I remember my first COT, I quarreled with my area director then, who was DTM Ayotola, because I could not understand why she was going to take my entire Saturday, wanted me to spend an entire Saturday listening to people train me after I had spent weeks fighting, fighting my club members to come and give speeches. I was already exhausted as the VP, and I thought, well, after all that work, you still want me to spend the whole weekend listening to people train me? What are they going to train me about or train me on? But by the time I attended my first COT, I realized the importance of that, and I saw how my role transformed after that first COT. So thank you for showing up today. And I hope, or we hope, that we'll be able to use some of the things we have discussed here today in the club. Don't be an island. We are all here to work together. It isn't just to look for role players. We're all here to share tips and to support one another. I would like to thank the facilitators, Toastmaster Folusho Alamina. I love the way you spoke, very calm. It's my first time meeting you, and I was shocked. I had to ask Toastmaster John who you were and what club you were from. So thank you. Toastmaster Wede, my fellow colleague, Toastmaster Ubong, distinguished Toastmaster Ubong Iyang, and my distinguished area director, of course, my dear area director, Toastmaster Jimmy Edidiong, and also to our marketers, Toastmaster Kelvin and Toastmaster Wede. We were told that you're supposed to pay for that session. So we will be sending you the account details, the division account details for the few minutes we gave you to market both events. But on a side note, I would recommend we actually consider attending both, because I attended both my first year event and district conference in Niger last year. And I have to say, it was amazing to meet other people from different countries. It even encouraged me and spurred me on to take my French classes seriously. And of course, from that district conference was what birthed one of the new clubs we had, Toastmaster Motilang. So it's something I would recommend. And it isn't just a time. I love traveling, but it isn't just about traveling and talking. It's also an opportunity for us to expand on our knowledge and enrich our experiences. So I would recommend it, and also let our head down, of course. I know that the training was compulsory, but I feel like what we have learned today, we can take away with us and not just apply to our Toastmasters journey, but also in our leadership development. A lot of us join Toastmasters to achieve a particular goal, and we haven't forgotten what that goal is. So whatever we're learning in Toastmasters, we need to be able to apply that in our lives as well. So I feel like this meeting or this training is super important for that. I also would like to use the opportunity to sneak in that we need mentors in the clubs. We've noticed that a lot of members join and they do not have mentors or adequate mentors to address the new members' particular skills. So please, we're on a mentor improvement drive. If you have members who do not have mentors, please reach out to us, and we would like to get them assigned mentors. And then my final point is on succession planning. We are getting towards the end of this Toastmasters year. You're all club officers here. We're all leaders here. I'm hoping that some clubs were able to identify or have been able to identify other people that can take up the roles or the roles. It's usually assumed that the VP will become the president, or the secretary will become maybe the VPE and vice and so on. But what happens if the VP has to leave the country? Because we've seen that come up in a lot of clubs, and then they're struggling looking for the right people to take up those roles. So please try to identify people on time and start getting them prepared, because by May, we would like to know that there are people that are adequately prepared to take up these roles. And then you're not struggling as well, because it puts a lot of stress on the club, on the existing club officers. And that was my final notes. Once again, thank you. Thank you very much for showing up today. And I look forward to working with you the next 5 months. And let's go get those goals. Yay. Over to you, Toastmaster John. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Madam PQD. Fellow Toastmasters, our leaders, we are officially done. Please let's celebrate. Put those reaction buttons, press them, let them fly on your screens. Let's go and use this time we've saved to relax, to read, to bond with someone, to play volleyball, whatever we do to rejuvenate ourselves. And let's reap the reward of this training. It's going to be a waste of time if you don't take action. Please, please, please take action. Take care, everyone.